Hello, hello. I am live again. Let me know if you can hear me. This is a special little back to school edition with a BurnEye, the Minds3rdEye science guy. And I'm gonna, in the links, there's Didactic Channel, there's Mike's channel, there's also Jeremy Race, the AlienScientist channel. There is, oh my goodness, Tim Ventura, the APEC Alternative Anti-Gravity Propulsion Engineering Conference link. And then who I have up right now, Bob Grenier, one amazing and autodidactic Cambell. He loves to call me the professor, but the real deal, real professor is Bob Grenier, and he does the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. He runs that channel. That link is also in the description. Make sure you go over and subscribe to Bob's channel, because he's been doing the anti-gravity cold fusion research and getting ridiculed in the academic system for 30 years, and now finally being vindicated and finally doing the big league circuits, because it's like, hey, here's the guy that actually has been trying to get your attention and tell you what the F is up for the last 30 years. And, well, I'm humbled and honored to say that we will be, I comment often and participate in their live chats and stuff, because it's just amazing next level research and exactly on parallel with what I'm doing on my own. But that I've, me, the Alien Scientist, as well as APEC, are all going to be hosting and doing presentations and joint streams with Bob and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project here in the upcoming new year of 2022. But just to give you a little oversight, like, for instance, he goes in depth and then like gives you the scientific explanations of like the Hutchinson effect and the fusion program and what he calls EVOs. Oh wow. And then you get the brain fart, can't think of what the anagram, or wow, two words I can't think now. Anywho, he does lots of work with the Russian Academy of Sciences that are into the plasmas and much more advanced, all sorts of. And here's Bob himself. So instead of me get caught up,
is better,
word
almonds or walnuts,
trying to explain his
Nuts
definition.
are one of the healthiest things you can eat. However, some of
Let's just listen to Bob himself speak. Oh, come on, YouTube. There we go.
Hi, my name is Bob Grenier, and I'm a volunteer with the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. So welcome to this presentation. It's a quick throw together in the last couple of hours, and I really wanted to get this out. There's several things that I had been holding off on, because really I wanted to give one Andrea Rossi a chance to up his game and show the world what he has, and to reveal how it works. And we had a presentation yesterday. I'm not sure it achieved those goals. However, there was sufficient in there to confirm my hypothesis that I've had for a couple of years. And I'm going to go through that today. I have been talking for many years about what goes up must come down. And I've done a couple of presentations on, or at least one presentation on my remoteview.icu blog. And there was meant to be two more sections to that. I'm going to dig into a couple of things that were going to be in those presentations, because it's necessary to get the message across today. And also some other data that is very, very relevant that's been recent. And I have talked about it, but I don't know whether anyone's grasped the significance. However, it's an emerging pattern which is all entirely consistent with the way that we believe these things can be utilized. And yes, they can produce a variation of heat, light, and electricity and there are different proportions of which you can get those out. Although I would argue that if you push it so far, there will be certain outcomes which are undesirable, and the ones that we are well aware of. And there will also be some transmutation, but you could certainly argue, as I will show you today, that this technology would allow for rectification of energy in a way that would not require nuclear reactions to take place to yield useful work. And you can see all of this going on in Evo Blaster. This was the very first Vega experiment video that was shared, and when I saw it, I knew it was so significant it had to be shared, and I've left it hanging out there with a couple of open questions, and we're going to dig into that, and I'm going to explain that video, which was actually published on December the 10th, December the 10th, 2020. So this is the year anniversary of that video, and I committed myself some time ago that I would do this video today. And it just so happens that it's extremely relevant, and you'll know why when you see it. Anyway, so how is everyone? Can you hear me? Excellent. I've got audio, good, excellent, and you've got to see my face, but that's okay too, I guess. Right. So I'm calling this presentation Explaining the SKL, and for those that don't know, this is one of a number of different abbreviations for Sven Kullander electric or light or whatever. There's ones where there's an ED at the end, or a SK LEP. So that is a Czech word for seller or a Polish word for shop, but I guess it means Sven Kullander electric something. I don't know. But anyway, these are the naming conventions that have been derived from an original name for various technologies of one Andrea Rossi's so-called ECAT. Anyway, it's been speculated for a very, very long time that this was a riff on the sort of Chernetsky, the sort of ball lightning, the plasma-focused device of Ken Shoulders, which was supposedly replicated, I think, at Edwards Air Force Base a long time ago and produced a COP of 10. I don't know whether it went on from that. This is the rumors that I have heard. And anyway, I'm going to walk through why I believe we have extremely strong evidence spanning the history of the MFMP for why this could occur. And if Rossi has not achieved it, then it certainly has been achieved in various aspects by ourselves and by other researchers. And there are tantalizing tidbits that I've talked about over the many years of the project that would point to this being a realizable thing. But down the bottom, I have EVOs, which in this case, in my view, will be electrons and xenon. So electrons are the electrum validium, the EV, which is just the strong or collective bound electrons. And the xenon ions would be the ions that cause the production of charge clusters, high density charge clusters. And because something more interesting goes on, we change the name to exotic vacuum objects. So our exotic vacuum objects in this case will have at least electrons and, in my view, xenon. And if this is driven sufficiently, this will produce UV light and deep UV light. And in fact, I will argue that it will also produce soft X-rays, even through to some hard X-rays. This will lead to photoionization of the xenon. And by varying the stimulation, you will be able to produce, therefore, heat and or light and or electricity. There will be various aspects that will be able to be produced there. Okay, so and over on the right here, we can see, if I get my mouse working on the right computer. Yes, so we can see over here the Vega Evo Blaster front frame by Henk. And the video from MFMP. I'm going to talk about that. But before we go into that, I want to talk about Project Fedora, which was very nicely supported by the crowd. And this was, if you recall, in January 2015. Well, in fact, actually, it was a number of years we had been trying to catch up with Piantelli, having been to ICCF 12, and there was no response. And then we started to consider replicating the original what we could gather from what a hot cat or not a sort of a Parkhomov type reactor would be, I think at the end of 2014, and out of the blue, we got an invite from one Francesco Piantelli, Professor Francesco Piantelli, formerly of University di Siena. And we went and visited him, myself and Matthew Villat, and we arranged that we would go back again in the beginning of the year, assuming we could get the money together. And the community came through and raised sufficient money in just 7 days for 7 people to come from 7 countries with all kinds of equipment in order to test his apparatus and to record what he had to say about the technology. Well, there was 2 things in that event that really stuck in my mind. I've talked about them a lot over the years, but one of them was in January 2015. I think it was on maybe the 2nd or 3rd day we were there. Francesco Piantelli told us that when he was turning on his reactor at the critical point, he was bending over, and this is one of these Faraday Piantelli type reactors, the classic one that is in his original patent and in a lot of the 1990s work. He was bending over sometime probably in the early 1990s, turning on this reactor, and he had his shoulder in a position. So this part of the shoulder is, he did this, he described it by tapping on his shoulder, and he was leaning over, and there is the tube, and where you have the tube, there is a pass-through, and this pass-through was made of like borosilicate glass, so you could melt it and get it in there or whatever, and put the various power and monitoring electrodes through there. And he had this emission, some kind of emission that gave him a very severe burn on his shoulder. Now, the implication of this is because it had to pass through that glass light, that glass window, and otherwise there was multiple layers of thick steel. So if it was some sort of X-rays, it wouldn't probably be able to get through there. But it would appear to be that this was some kind of intense UV. And when I say intense, if it was a quartz pass-through, then pure quartz, then maybe less intense UV could get through. But because it was borosilicate, this would mean it would have to be more intense UV to give him this kind of burn. And it's quite likely that that might be coherent. But anyway, So that is that, and I will take you to the next slide, which is in this journey, and I will be talking here about the ECHO reactor that we saw in America. In India, sorry. Sorry, Suhas Ralkar. And this is my first of the slides, what goes up must come down. Now, this was plasma flow discharge into a steel.
I have to pause that to state they call it's ions or ionized gas, which is like in the aurora borealis, or what Bob is referring to as these EVOs and different things. It's what Keshi teaches and what I've further discovered and connected to Isaac Newton's alchemy of the monoatomic or plasma state, single atom. So you can think of it as like a quantum in its plasma single atom nano state. So that's what these ionized gases are. It's a plasma single atom state, and plasma is the 4th state of matter. And thus monoatomic gold is gold element in its plasma 4th state. And plasma is in the cells, it's in the blood. It's like we living beings are also plasma state beings too. So plasma is usually conscious, and that's something that we've talked about in Bob Greenier's Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project live chats quite often, and he presents lots of evidence in the science he explores, discovers, and reviews as well. But I will let him keep going because he's doing an amazing job. And I'm currently setting up the Tyson the Turtle cam, where you guys will get to see Tyson eat his late Christmas, early New Year's dinner of a bunch of fresh, frozen, fresh but frozen, Oh, that's funny. Oxymoron. Anyways, couple days frozen, fresh off the lovely girlfriend Amber's works kitchen. Instead of wasting the salmon with bone in it, instead Tyson the turtle gets to eat it, and you guys get to watch. So enjoy Bob continue to explain highly advanced science physics, and you will soon also get to see Tyson eat some salmon scraps.
Rebar and the experiment that we witnessed, that is Dr. George Eagley and I. And so I'm going to get the video up here, hopefully, and I can show you, maybe. Let's see if we can do this. I need to pull up a video here, so let's see. Give me a second. I hope we don't have any adverts, but we might have some adverts. Yay, that one. And we can go to echo. Okay, so.
Since I started Noom, I've lost 70 pounds.
I've lost 97 pounds with Noom.
I've lost 92 pounds on Noom.
I'm a stress eater and I'm a comfort eater, and I looked for food to fill the void. Tried Noom, and I lost 10 pounds, which to me was huge. I hadn't seen the scale move in so long.
I worked out every day for a year and just lost 10 pounds. I've been doing Noom and I've already lost 14 pounds.
I've been on a diet for 30 years. Noom's approach is different.
When I lost my first 10 pounds, I knew that Noom was not only different, but it was working. Noom has changed my life more than I could have ever imagined.
With Noom, you don't just lose weight to keep the weight off.
I don't walk 10,000 steps a day. I really love Noom because the focus is around thinking about what you can do. I've lost 10 pounds.
Oh my goodness, Polly, those
and
YouTube, you
going back up.
Trying to learn here.
We're looking for echo, and I'm going to show all. And the video I'm looking for is one of these ones. So this echo sparks is good enough. And in fact, it was just shortly after this. So I hypothesized that, if exotic vacuum objects were being formed and they, according to Ken Shoulders, can go and live in metals and do that indefinitely. Sorry about the advert here. I have to kill that. So let's go over here so we don't have any copyright infringements. And we'll kill the audio because we don't want that either. Oh, dear. Right. So this is this video. You probably only need to see the visuals here, but you can go and have a look at it in your own time. So this was published on the 14th of September, 2017. So here we go. This is the video. And this is a water flowing down. This is the cathode. The anode is the actual steel rebar. And you have this flashing here. And there's a noticeable change at some point. So I'm going to speed this on to where the change occurs. It gets quite a lot brighter in the center here at some point. Very, very suddenly, it changes its color. So it goes from this constant yellow to a much whiter look. That you see, it suddenly becomes whiter and orange, and then much, much whiter, and suddenly goes, right, okay, we've got to stop, right? So very, very shortly after this. Not that shortly, but a little time. There we go. So it comes out and we have this sparking, and I've done a lot of videos. Okay, so what happened after this is this cooled down, and we turned off all the apparatus, disconnected any sort of power leads or whatever. And then what I did was I got a multimeter and attached it to ground on one side, and we put the probe on here, and we registered 1.3 volts. And this is all published after we came back by Dr. George Eagley in Infinite Energy. So this was my hypothesis, that the charge clusters were going in here and that they could be captured and released. And we, in fact, did see in this insulated piece of iron, when it went through a multimeter, we saw this at 1.3 volts. So that for me was an interesting finding, and it was kind of like a win first time. So it was very satisfying. It's one of those moments when your theory kind of works out. And so after apparatus was switched off, I planned to attach a multimeter to the iron, and we registered 1.3 volts, and this is published by Dr. George Eagley. And later in May 2019, Bogdanovich et al. At the Moscow Plasma Physics Nuclear Research Laboratory, he published observations of long-lived plasmoids in plasma flow discharge experiments. So he is saying that in a very similar system to the one that you just saw, on the metal after the experiment was over, they observed these plasmoids running around, and in their case for up to 2 days. And so, these plasmoids, in my view, have coherent electrons in them, and they have a superconducting ring current, and that's why they can live for a very long time. They emit light because that's something that they do, and we're going to get onto that. But anyway, I hypothesized there were some in there, and that is why we did our experiment, and it would appear that we got these this 1.3 volts detected. Okay. So the next time was in September 2017, and this is my second What Goes Up Must Come Down. And basically in September 2017, I recognized something in Lion reactor crust. It was amorphous cupric oxide, and therefore must have cooled at over 1,000 degrees per second. This is the second thing that we learned from Piantelli, and it's called splat cooling. It's been used in LENR and other technologies. It's where you want to create an amorphous material with no crystal structure. And we observed that. So I'm going to try and dig up the mining diamonds with Lion presentation, because it's in there. And we will be able to see what I'm talking about and why that's important. So just give me, it's got a little bit broken in at times, because I am building this on the fly with you. So let me just get that. So
Bob Green here, true, the real deal, Professor, that this is back to cool school.
Yeah, okay. So what it is, so for those that don't know the Lion experiment,
which is better, almonds or walnuts?
Nuts are one of the healthiest things you can eat. However, some of the most common nuts are terrible for your health. Peanuts are actually not a nut. They grow in pods underground, which makes them a legume, like beans.
I do not endorse these ads.
It is here, and this was built by Looking for Heat. It's kind of like a folded glow stick experiment. And you put a control sometimes and an active reactor over here. It uses diamond pads from the 3M diamond pads. They are loaded, baked at 200 degrees C for a week, and they are put into a aluminium camping pan, and they were immersed into, as soon as they pulled out the oven, into deuterium oxide. And that was then 10 of those were soaked and then put into the reactors, which looked a bit like this. Now, note, this is the reactor core, and around this was 2 sets of copper wire. And this is the material that we are interested in. This is, according to the Lion author, just a means of thermal coupling between the quartz, which you can see here, the quartz here, and the inner core here. So you can see a bit of the copper winding on this one here. So it's just, in his view, was for coupling that. Now, there's many reasons why this was inadvertently a very good decision on his part. But anyway, we can go down. So there's 2 things. He thought it was running at around about 800 degrees C. We later found in different experiments it was running up to about 1050 degrees C. This is critical because you need to go over that temperature to create the relic neutrino equivalents, according to Alexander Parkhomov. And we also found that in our glowstick 5.2, we had to go over 1000 degrees C before we saw our signal, which we will come on to in a little while. But anyway, what he did was, post-experiment, he turned the power supply off to the reactor, and he attached this 12 volt 20-watt bulb, and he connected it to the reactor bolt end and a pre-discharged drain, whatever that might be. And there was a sudden crackling sound, and it sounded like a cross between scrunching up a crisp packet and the sound made by one of those large plastic storage bags you place your clothes in over winter, seal, and then suck out the air with a vacuum cleaner. With no power connected, the bulb is claimed to have been illuminated to normal brightness for over 30 minutes, constituting over 10 watt hours. So there we go. That is the light bulb. And here is the core in question. And you can see the copper winding here. This is copper oxide, cuprous oxide, and this is mostly cupric oxide, the Cu2O in here. And this is the material in question because I looked at this up close. And when I go in even closer, you can see that it changes with exposure to light. When the video decides to play. There we go. It's got a very bizarre response to light. But this is the cuprous oxide. This is what it should look like normally. This is just smashed up parts of it. And it didn't have any crystal structure. These are smashed up. Like it's like a glass that's been smashed up. So it's not so much crystals, although I called it crystals there. What it actually looked like under the microscope was this, completely glassy. And this is why I assumed that it had cooled at around 1,000 degrees per second for this to have occurred. And so at the time I was saying, and you can go back into my comments on ECAT World, I mentioned that I kept saying what goes up must come down, and explaining that I believe this technology can make things hot, but it could also make things extremely cold, because at the time that I was saying that, I thought the top temperature of the reactor was 800 degrees. And he's describing over a couple of seconds all this air rushing in to where the tube was, sucking in, which means it must have changed temperature hugely. And then crackling. Crackling is like what happens when you get a glass forming, but it doesn't have time to, there's tensions build up, and it's freezing very, very quickly, and so it cracks, and you get the fissures in there. And so that was the whole crackling sound going on. So I'm thinking, well, this must have been cooling. So if it was cooling about 1,000 degrees a second, and it was about 800 degrees, I thought, if this is lasting for a couple of seconds, then there isn't many thousands of degrees to go 1,000 degrees per second for 2 seconds. So it must have gone well below zero. So I made a point of saying that this goes very, very cold. And so I talked about the different phase things here. But actually what happened was I sent these images here to Alan Goldwater, and actually I then went and saw Suhas Ralkar again, and he said, well, what's this little thing down here in this bottom? And I thought, I don't know, Alan, but I'm going to have to wait till I can get back to Czech and after I've been in India, and we'll have a look at it on the SEM. And that is where we found our beautiful lion tracks. These are these monopole structures, probably on a cluster, which is spinning around and going through this beautifully glassy cupric oxide. And so here we had a series of things. We had something that looked like it was cooling at 1,000 degrees per second. Okay, then something that was producing or being able to, with no input energy at that moment, able to light a light bulb for a long period of time, a halogen light bulb. And then lastly, it had these, what were very clear to be, in my view, strange radiation tracks. And so what do we know? Well, strange radiation tracks are related to exotic vacuum objects. So we know from Ken Shoulder's writings that exotic vacuum objects can stay in metals. So I came up with this hypothesis, and here's the overall track with a lion, the lion track overlaid with an echo track, which got during the course of the same year. And so the structure is almost exactly the same. This was captured on the Logitech 910C, which I actually have here. This little device here, this little beauty, did that image there, and using Cosmic Ray Finder, and I got the author to adjust the software to help produce this. Anyway, so this is the track that was captured in exact matchup, and Keith Fredericks worked out the track and so on. In fact, that it was a standard type of length of strange radiation track. So anyway, that's the point. So we see that we've got a cavitation system and a deuterium nickel system producing exotic vacuum objects, and that it is clearly in the metal. And so my hypothesis is that, and Ken Shoulders has this in one of his writings, that the electrons can go into the exotic vacuum object. And when they're in the exotic vacuum object, and he can change the charge from 100 billion or 1 billion to 1. And what this must mean is that they are becoming coherent. So they're becoming like one wave function. And in the process of doing that, Ken Shoulders says they release UV, and we'll talk about this later, and soft X-rays. And so what's interesting about the UV? Well, Piantelli saw the UV. And so if that's the case, it's releasing energy like a plasma does when it goes to a gas, like a gas does when it goes to a liquid, like a liquid does when it goes to a solid. This is going from, well, kind of like whatever it is. In this case, it's electrons and maybe nickel ions or deuterium, and maybe it's going to some sort of solid densities. And he describes that the electrons become solid density of material. And so you are having a condensation process, and the energy is being released in photons of various degrees that are at high energy. So he then says that if you disrupt an exotic vacuum object, it will then destabilize. He calls it disheveling, and then the electrons will go back into the world of normal electrons. And why is that very interesting? Well, for them to go back to normal electrons, they must get their kinetic energy back to become it's like if you want to take ice and make it water, you have to put energy in, don't you? If you want to make water into water gas, you have to put energy in, don't you? If you want to make water gas into a plasma, you have to put energy in. So you have to put energy back into it. So what do we know about what happened with the Lion reactor? Well, we know that it was lighting a light bulb. Okay, we know that it was freezing at a very fast rate, and we didn't really know what that is at that time, but we knew that it was making a glassy state here, and we know that there's exotic vacuum objects involved. Now, I was saying this over and over and over again on ECAT World and on various other channels on the MFMP's quantumheat.org site, and someone called Dr. Bob, and I don't know whether you know his real name, but he calls himself Dr. Bob. He was working with Looking for Heat, and he said to me, "This is very interesting, Bob. Why are you saying all these things about what goes up must come down, and why are you saying that you expect this technology to be able to super cool things?" So I explained a bit. And he said, well, this is curious because we've looked at the data card that Lion sent us back because he had no means of analyzing it, whatever. And we plotted the temperature curves up to the point that the reactor, shortly after the experiment was over. And something remarkable showed up. So I'm now going to show you one slide from O-Day. It's a slide you haven't seen. So I've got to actually go and get that presentation and dig out that slide and show you that. So we nearly through O-Day slides. This is in fact, it's popped up on the slide. There we go. The universe is aligning. So, so I haven't changed this slide since the beginning of 2008. I'm just going to read you it now. I don't even know what it says. What happened to the lions? Baby charge clusters, exotic vacuum objects, in the core formed from spin vortex solitons, there we go, from deuterium oxide diamond emissions with bosons such as neutrino and antineutrino, positron and electron. So that would be the material that you would need to make a itonic cluster. Deuteron nucleus of 12 and 12C nucleus and all but 61 nickel isotopes. Electrons are stripped into the soliton, and I'm writing this at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, and this is actually what we saw in that paper that was released earlier in April this year, which I talked about, this simulation paper, the international collaboration. The treated diapad is the ovary, potentially pumping out millions of male-female babies in a second. Oh, I like the way I wrote that. That's just, well done me. Migration of babies to highly conductive copper outside of the core, possibly conducting through Bolt. As the baby is a fermion, it can hide in conduction band. Black holes, this is the exotic vacuum object, charge pumped by photons and phonons from the heater in the electric field. Other available bosons, composite bosons, including copper, fermions stripped to build soliton. So there we go. Larger clusters form with yin-yang equidistant pairs and build in a fractal fashion. Eating of matter and production of new elements from exotic vacuum structures and jellification, and you can see that on the material. Excess heat from thermalization of 2 to 50 kiloelectron volts shed from the charge clusters, as well as Hawking radiation released as beam or black holes axis. So this is my thinking at the time, so you can see it. This is insight into my thinking at the end of 2017. David Hudson reported Ormus gives out more heat than put in, and we know that's a orbital spin structure change. When drain attached, near instant heating, oxidation followed by instantaneous cooling to near absolute zero, as bosons released from the black hole suck it from the exotic vacuum object, suck phonons heat to replace the lost energy to reconstitute the atoms, and causes cold electricity. So it's not only reconstituting the atoms, it's reconstituting the electrons. Negative voltage spike if electron source applied to provide electrons to those bosons that are deficient. So there's two different things here. You've got billions and billions of electrons coming out, and then you also have the ions coming out, and the ions need to recapture electrons as well. Now, what was it that Dr. Bob sent me? Because they found it very curious at looking for heat, and they had no explanation for it. And he said, "Oh, why are you going on about this instantaneous cooling?" Well, that was slide 73 of O'Day, which has not been seen before. This is slide 74 of O'Day. And here is the chart. A temperature profile from a Lion experiment received 5th of February, 2018. So you can see how early this was. Anyway, so you can see the profile that he talks about in his protocol, and then his cycling up here, and this apparently, as far as we know, is when he attaches the bolt. Okay, so very, very instantaneously, a straight line up, you have an increase in temperature. The temperature thermally goes up, and then it goes straight down to about minus 273 degrees centigrade. Minus 273 degrees centigrade. What is that? That's all the temperatures you can get. That's it. This is absolute zero. It sucked out the energy. And so if this core at that point, one of these cores, the copper in here, was going from, let's say we now know it was around about 1050 degrees C, and then it's going down to absolute zero. Well, the electrons are not going to be satisfied. The ions are not going to be satisfied. All of that material has to gain back even more heat, and it's not sufficient with the bulk of the reactor. It sucks in even more heat, and it's extracting the heat from the air. And as the air comes in, it's probably freezing in here. And I will show you people that are claiming that if you get a spark gap right with a Tesla coil, you will actually get ice crystals forming on the anode side. And so this is consistent with the observation in the Lion reactor. So that is why I was saying what goes up must come down. Okay, so we can drop now out of, show you that again. So the temperature goes up, he does his cycling, he goes like this, he turns it off, he attaches the bulb, you've got to shoot up, but very instantaneously it then goes down. Okay, so that is the experiment data there. Okay. Right, so let me go back to the other presentation. I don't think there's anything more I want from O'Day today. So you had another 2 slides from O'Day. I like reading my old thinking there. Okay. And of course, it was, we have to give credit to the Lion author, because it was in here that I started seeing these 2 spots. So if you recall, the reactor went into this X-ray chamber, so dental X-rays. And if we go forward, there were these 2 X-rays, and there were these 2 spots. Okay, very distinct. So what does this mean? It means that it is producing X-rays. It is producing X-rays. So we have UV and X-rays. UV and X-rays. By the end of 2017, very early days in 2018, we know that something that is producing exotic vacuum objects is producing soliton pairs or magnetic flux loops that are have X-rays or can influence X-ray paper. Celluloid. And here it is. And so I went on the whole hypothesis of the sort of soliton here, and the fact that it's like this, and the fact that I observed these things in the ultrasonic cavitation thing that I was talking about just a few days ago. And here's a soliton that's very clear, rather than the one that I showed you that had the same structure as the plasmoid that was observed on the amasa gas treated tungsten. And we also observed this on the echo exposed PET bottle here, with these solitons impacting on this PET bottle and leaving these wonderful traces that we've discussed in the past. And then John Hutchison sent me this thing, and then we saw this with the solitons here on changing the copper to iron in this particular material. Okay, so I'm going to step out now from this particular experiment. I'm going to go back to where we were. Okay, so we're back into today's presentation here. So this is I recognized something in Lion reactor crust and was all amorphous cupric oxide, and therefore must have cooled at over 1,000 degrees per second, something we learned from Piantelli. We held off until Rossi had his presentation. We really, really, really wanted Rossi to deliver in late in September 2017. So we held off. It wasn't until the beginning of 2018 that we started rolling out the findings from the Lion reactor. But, you know, we were just very disappointed in, I think it was October or November 2017. But anyway, we gave him an opportunity to come through, and that wasn't done. So anyway, we showed that the Lion paw prints in the cupric oxide and many other signs that EVOs were massively present in the reactor. And really, it was so important for the Lion author to share his reactors and for the crowd to support the work to analyze those, because it really laid the foundation for connecting all these concepts together. And it was years before I came across the Solin patent, which we will talk about, which showed all of the observations that we had observed in here were already in the 1992 patent of Solin for his quantum coherent nuclear reactor. So along with the description of air sucking sound and 20-watt bulb being lit, it was clear stored electrons in charge clusters were being released. So we have stored electrons in something that obviously, in my view, had to have released thermal energy in order to condense into a coherent structure that is able to persist in that state because it has superfluidity and superconductivity. it is able to get down to a level of charge that is so low that it's able to walk right through things, as Ken Shoulders said. And when it walks right through things, it was going in and it was getting stuck in the copper. It was building up in this highly conductive material. And when the experiment was over, it was disrupted in a way that they disheveled. There was a burst of heat up, and then there was this intense cooling effect. And the electrons that were then coming back into the normal electron space were able to light the light bulb. So there's two things there. One, the electrons coming out, and then the ions wanting the electrons back. So there's two ways that this can achieve this electron flux. Okay. So now I must talk about Vega Evo Blaster. What goes up must come down. And this is the third of the what goes up must come down topics here. And I'm actually going to have to dig up that video, and we're going to play that through. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to try and find where that video is. Give me a second. How is everyone? Okay. I'm honestly tired of waiting. I might even announce a competition at the end of this and a way to deliver the competition, which is quite novel. And I just think of it on the way running up here in my thick winter jacket, but we'll see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Evo Blaster. There we go. Okay. Now I might actually have somewhere around here the actual cathode or anode rather. Is it? Not there. I do have it around here somewhere. Maybe it's up here. I don't have it immediately to hand. You just have to trust me. I do have it here somewhere. Okay, anyway. All right. Anyway, it's not so important. Okay, so what are you looking here? This here is the Vega experiment of Henk. And in the Vega Valley book, which I will definitely be doing, possibly launching on Sunday or early next week, the Kickstarter for, you will see the first photos of the outside of this reactor and possibly even a schematic. But anyway, the actual reactor inside, if you can imagine, this is almost like a hemisphere and it's made of mild steel, so it's magnetic. And this is effectively all cathode. And here it's got an anode, okay? It's screened with some quartz tubing. And at the end, it has a nut. And around it, I asked for tungsten wire. So there's tungsten wire around here. And I wanted to try and accelerate the effect that was going to be achieved. And I asked for this to be coated in some potassium salt or whatever. And it was chosen by Henk to use potassium hydroxide, which is absolutely great because it doesn't have carbon in it. So we like that. And the view, therefore, was that potassium has one of the lowest work functions. Remember that, work functions. And so what does that mean? It means that it's good at photoionization. And also, if we are creating exotic vacuum objects, as we showed in the Yu paper, I think it's Yu et al., the one that I was discussing the other day, if we can get 3.6 trillion volts per meter and 1,000 Teslas in a 46 micron plasmoid exotic vacuum object, soliton, then this might grab electrons, condense them into an intense double layer. In that case, they will cohere. You'll get coherent electrons, but their velocity will be extremely fast. What does that mean? You have collisions that are extremely fast, not only between the electrons, but the ions also. What does that lead to? That leads to, my friends, the production of cold relic neutrino equivalents, cold neutrinos, and antineutrinos. What does that lead to? That leads to the production of itonic clusters. Within the EVO, this leads to itonic hydrogen. If you have it in here, we do have it because it has some residual air. But what you're seeing, this purple glow, is because it's got nitrogen from the residual air in there. And that is also a very good fuel for LENRs, as I've described, by calculating how you get from natural air for ball lightning that's synthesized in the air to the spectrum that you would get from ball lightning and synthesizing iron crenellated microspheres, as observed in Hessdalen. So you can get that from using nitrogen and oxygen in the air. And so what you are looking at here is, so once you've got that and you've got an intense magnetic flux that's grabbing ions of material in there with input neutrinos, you will get forced decay of the potassium-40 in there. That was my concept for this experiment. So I said, look, we need to get the potassium in there, blah, blah, blah. And so you have this idea that it's going to do the inverse beta decay of the potassium-40. It's something like 0.02% of potassium, something like that. You can go and check it. It's easy to look up. And that, if it does do that, it will produce 1.551 million electron volt beta particles. They will come out and ionize a lot of air. What does that do? That produces a lot of electrons. The electrons then want to go to the anode, where there is an exotic vacuum object building. It will cause the double layer on that structure, which is meshing and self-organizing together, to harness those electrons that are coming in and build it further, building very intense production of exotic vacuum objects. Not only that, the use of tungsten there is important too, because it's a good electron emitter. So the combination of the tungsten wire and the exotic vacuum objects and the process of those exotic vacuum objects causing the inverse beta decay of the potassium, accelerating the process to a point where it might start causing fissioning of the tungsten, which it would appear that we've observed in a number of different experiments, and I've talked about those. The whole smorgasbord of thing there was to generate a large volume of exotic vacuum objects. Okay. So this was basically one of the first videos that Henk sent back after the sort of, he said, what can I do? I said, do this, and do this for this reasons. And this is the video.
Leo Vegas brings you Sweet Bonanza Candyland with 2 tasty bonus games. Played at Leo Vegas, King of Casino.
Okay, so what are you seeing there? In fact, let's go and have a look what I wrote on my blog about that 1 year ago today. And it's first video, Evo. There we go. Okay, so on the blog, I said Vega Evo Blaster, exotic vacuum object blaster. What is Vega? What is it showing us? What can we learn from it? Developing. So that was my first little teaser. And for me, this is still probably the most important video of the Vega series. The very, very first video. Okay. So why am I so keen on talking about this video? Well, the idea is that the cathode here is a big cathode. And the only place that the electrons can travel to is this very small anode, which is in the sort of focal point of this parabolic disc-shaped cathode. And so when it gets here, it finds it has to bunch, and it has also the tungsten and the potassium hydroxide here. So the whole combination of things going on, which are forcing production of exotic vacuum objects. Now, if exotic vacuum objects become neutral, they can go wherever they like. Now, imagine one is born here on the anode and travels somewhere and then hits the cathode, and it's a what do they call it? An impedance change. And Ken Shoulder says when you have an impedance change, then like when you're going through different materials, or going from, let's say, air to metal, or air to glass, or semiconductor to conductor, or insulator, then there will be an impedance change, and this will dishevel the exotic vacuum object. And so when he sent me this video, it was like more than I could have possibly imagined to come out of a hypothesis. And I want to show you, let's look. Okay, so what you are seeing here is the camera is changing its aperture and showing you the hot area of the tank below of the tank base of the cathode. Okay, and when we play forward, okay, so did you see that flash up there? So let's just rewind it. Okay, so we'll look at this area up here. That's not a good one because there was already one there earlier. Let's find another one. Oh, that one down there. Okay, you see that one? Just came down there. Find one that's more in the frame. One around there, that one. Okay, that one there. Okay. Now, what has happened? What has happened? Let's wind it back. Okay, so we're looking at this area up here. There. Okay, so what has happened? Well, I believe that a neutral EVO has formed somewhere in the environment, probably synthesized here, and it's come down, hits the impedance change, which is the cathode, and it's disheveled it. And when it's disheveled it, it's gone from a coherent, infinitesimally small thing, maybe in the 1 micron scale, or much smaller than that, maybe in the nanometric scales. And it's disheveled, and the electrons have returned to their normal electron state, which means they have Coulombic repulsion. Thank you, Dr. Graham Hubler, with the interference at ICCF 23. Yes, there is a Coulombic explosion of the electrons that have come from the coherent state to the incoherent state, which is where they are individual electrons expressing their individual negative charge, and they have Coulombic repulsion. But they have no kinetic or thermal energy. They have to gain that back. And so do the ions that are contained within there. And so do the ions. And what you get is a spherical, completely spherical explosion. Completely spherical explosion. Except you've got a surface. So it goes out like that, but on the surface, it can't go in. But all of the material hitting the surface, whether they are ions or they are electrons, are super duper duper needing. They're very needy for thermal energy. And so what's happening is that this black spot up here is created just as the cooling occurred in the Lion experiment. It instantaneously cools this to, in my view, probably absolute zero. Absolute zero. And if you play on, let's look at this spot, okay? If we play on, over the next period of time, you will see that this spot comes back into thermal equilibrium with the rest of the chamber. Okay? This video is so mind-bendingly important in my understanding of this process. So let's see if we can find a couple other examples. The whole thing is replete with it. So there's one there, right in a very bright area. Another one there. Look, you see it just returns over a period of time.
let's see. Do I almost endorse that Canadian Tire commercial because it was quick
to the normal thermal temperature of the rest of the environment?
Maybe
eventually.
YouTube.
So this is why I again started going on about what goes up must come down. Now, my assumption, or rather my educated statement that this was a Coulombic explosion well predates the paper of Dr. Graham Hubler at ICCF 23. I said that as the electrons are going out, they're moving out spherically. And a charge moving in a direction will create electromagnetic waves. What does this create? It creates an electromagnetic pulse, an EMP. And this is specifically a paper that is written by Ken Shoulders. It's fluidized electrons to create an EMP. It's one of his papers. It's something akin to that. And I've discussed this in the past, where the coherent fluidized electrons are disheveled, they become normal electrons, they coulombically repel, and they move outwards, and they produce an electromagnetic pulse. And I said to Henk, I said, you need to now get a radio, tune it between stations, just as John Hutchison was doing in the late 1970s to work out when his experiments were in the right zone, and listen for the pops. Listen for the pops. And sure enough, we have a video where, and I think I've shared it, where the pops are in sync pretty much instantaneously with the flashes on the video, because he's got like the camera here and he's got the radio here and he's recording the pops and so forth. So you've not only got the audio here, you've also got the pop, the crack on the radio. So you have complete consistency with the claims of Ken Shoulders. And between something that becomes disheveled, it produces a Coulombic explosion, it produces an EMP, which can be picked up by a radio. Same thing that was observed in the experiments by John Hutchison that inspired the work of Ken Shoulders. And so these things are all aligning together. Now, the other thing you need to think about is the explosive potential of that. And this is something that Ken talks about, where basically 1 cc of fluidized electrons could basically vanquish a 10 by 10 by 10 meter cube or something, or whatever's there, whatever. It's horrendous, unimaginably terrible weapons. Okay. And you can see what it did to the Lion, cracking that up, as very, very, very little ones, extremely little ones, are disheveling. And Alexander Shishkin, in his, maybe I'll pick that up. It's called A New Type of Penetrating Radiation, because we're going to need it anyway.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Yeah,
never
man.
mind. It's still going. All right.
Okay. We'll refer to this presentation shortly.
You guys ready
Okay.
for
So
Tyson
anyway,
the Turtle to come on? Are you ready for the Tyson the Turtle?
where are we in our journey here? Hopefully we're here.
Bless you, Bob.
Okay.
Bless your work and your soul.
So yes, this is Vega Evo Blaster. So I just want to see if there's anything else I need to show. So that was Vega Evo Blaster. And let me just see what. Right. So the next point I want to make is that John Hutchison used a high-intensity discharge xenon bulb, a high-intensity discharge xenon bulb. And I published a video from the Hutchison lab in Germany, January the 7th, 2018. And so I'm going to go and dig that video up. if you give me just a second. Okay. Is it this one? Oh, whether it's this one, is it this one? No. Maybe not. What is it called? Got it on the slide there.
Yes.
Ay, ay, ay.
Successfully got the sound fixed and Tyson.
It's called this. Give me a second.
Tyson the turtle. Tyson the turtle.
Yeah, okay. So this is the video, and I talked about the work from 1950s, published in 1963, about how you could make superconductivity by taking a piezoelectric material and coating it on the surface of aluminium. And this was before the Salvatore Pais patents. That was my hunch. And then if we go to around about here.
Some videos. Here we go. So this is a short arc tube. I'll put it over here because I'll give a nice contrast. And this is the sort of thing that you might have in a projector for a cinema projector, and it produces an incredibly bright white light. And you have your cathode here and your anode, so it's kind of like a shoulders charge cluster generator, but without the wetted cathode and so forth. But I don't think he was using this as a light bulb. He was just using it as a means to create charge discharges. And those could be creating EVOs and scalar waves that are able to go into the environment. So you will see him use, whether that's very, I don't know, but it's here as well. It's something else to consider. I'm going to put that over there just for safety reasons.
So there we go. And essentially, John will say this is very, very important. And why would he say that? Well, let's go back to our presentation here. So
I'm actually really excited about this. Someone's walking around town right now, and they have no idea that their life is about to be changed.
Oh, were you really excited about that? Well, sorry, too bad. And not today, Satan. Are you guys ready for, and thank you, Bob Greenyer, and everything you do with the Martin Fleischmann Project and your lifelong research to development and the betterment of humanity. And I can't wait. And you guys look forward, or look to right away coming. I will be, I've already discussed it, confirmed it with Jeremy Reese and the alien scientist here, that I will be scheduling on in the coming weeks here. Well, in the coming days, I will make the event so you can put the reminder on for YouTube that in the coming weeks, the event will be created or be happening. I will create the event in a day. It'll happen in a few weeks. It's confirmed with Bob Greenyer. There we go. Sorry for mumbling my words. All right. So somewhere I need to obviously scrape the algae off of Tyson's tank there, but in there is Tyson, and I will feed him some salmon that he's been waiting for. And if you guys have been waiting for seeing Tyson the turtle eating his natural Canadian salmon diet. Oh, there's Tyson. Come here, Tyson. Hey, Tyson. Hey, there's Tyson over there. Tyson is a bit of a shy, reclusive character, as you saw there. So, even though I've had him for 2 decades and he's been in captivity for about 4 decades, he's still a shy guy. In the audience, if you could guess the number 1 reason why Tyson's name is Tyson, well, you might win some. So I still have to give away a shirt, don't I? That solstice day with BurnEye didn't, but I never got to giving away that shirt. So, all right, you can see Tyson swimming in there now. Oh, Tyson. All right, that is Tyson the turtle making an appearance. We got Tyson. He's an old Send Bernie YouTube Premium. Yes, please. So we stop getting those annoying ads. For those that didn't see my amazing stream with Mike earlier today, because it really was a good podcast, I feel, and I love that guy. From now on, I'm calling him the real deal, Mike Faraday Research. I'm just going to play a little bit more of that here while we get things loaded, and also Aaron will be joining us right away. He's been with the channel from pretty much the beginning, and one of the bigger donors, and there's many more that I will mention and have mentioned, and love all of you.
So as well, and these are all suppressed genius scientists that were hundreds of years ahead of their time, but it's like, if you start understanding time and society, and it's like, you can have a golden age or be however ahead of or behind society and the world that you want to be whenever you're alive in any era. And that the greats like Tesla, Victor Schauberger, Walter Russell, Heaviside, and so many more, they're just examples of it. And that if you truly read the writings and the works of greats from past eras, as well as like Sir Isaac Newton, as well as like from that time and others, it's that you figure out that it doesn't matter what era, people were always just as genius and ahead of the time, or society is always just as behind of the times than what the ahead of can be and is for others that just live in that, make their reality that ahead of the curve reality, I guess is a way to say it. Sorry for that word sandwich.
That's okay.
It's like you resonated with what I was saying there, and it's that, like, oh, the UFOs, like, they don't have it, or it's aliens, this and that. It's like, look at the Vihaman, like, they've been around for thousands of years. That's like just some examples, but it's like Tesla made his 100 years ago. We have the Searle project. Searle made his like 80 years ago. And it's like, there's literally, the more you dive in, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of these different people who all on their own, within their own lifetime, were able to figure out an equation, figure out the materials, and build their own devices. And it doesn't matter what year it was in society's timeline. They did it at any point when they lived and made it their timeline, and we can, and you can, and we are going to, and that's what we are doing, making it our timeline, and that we are going to, like, through these waters, through these energies, through these technologies, that we're suppressed your timeline, our timeline, and why not extend them and create that golden age of the past golden ages that there's so many of these stories of and legends of, where it's like, hey, well, if the demigods like lived for thousands of years and were blue, but you eat monatomic gold and it made you a demigod, but if you eat or have gold poisoning and silver poisoning, now you turn blue. Well, maybe there's something to that. Just it has to be done in the right way. Like
you have to have real gold.
Like you get your body used to it. Life is long. You don't just go in and eat a pound of monatomic gold. No, that's how you're going to turn blue and die instantly, because you just introduced a million.
Well, I was watching
to yourself without.
I was watching I was watching a couple of lectures on gold, and real pure gold that hasn't been treated with arsenic and all the different processes to make the gold that we see like in jewelry and stuff like that. But if you're using raw gold ore, it's alive. It's a living entity. All right.
Hello.
It is alive. Okay.
So Mike is becoming an alchemist. I love it.
I've been watching a few videos on some guys that have been working on this stuff, and they claim that real gold, raw gold ore, is a living entity. It's alive, and you can grow gold.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've seen a couple programs on that as well, of people that actually reproduced that and showed it demonstrated and stuff like that. And I'm glad you brought that up, because this is something I've always pondered and been skeptical of.
You need to get real gold.
When I'm reading the ancient alchemist writings, because their main philosophy or belief is that these metal elements are alive.
Yes,
and
like say like an example.
Dimensional life, the metals, the elements are the first dimension of living matter and consciousness. And please,
because quartz crystal, okay, you can grow quartz crystal on a string in water. Okay.
Yeah, I have done that as a child.
All right, now you can do it with gold. All right. Yeah. If you get a piece of raw gold ore that's from the ground that has not been processed by anything, you can take
now.
Right. It cannot be processed gold. It has to be raw ore from the ground. Okay? And it will grow. You do the electrolysis process with it, and monoatomic gold is in everything. It's in the air, it's in the water, it's in everything. And if you do electrolysis process using raw gold, it cannot be processed. If it is, it will not work, because raw ore gold is alive. And if you do the electrolysis process with raw gold, it will actually grow. The monoatomic
is so cool.
Yes.
I'm going to experiment with that now, because I do have some ores.
So do I. I got quite a bit.
I've got gold ore that's within some big chunks of quartz that I have that I've got.
Okay, that's what you need. That's what you need.
Perfect.
Yes.
And then I also have some real copper ore that's still within the crystal too. So
yeah, you can actually experiment with the
experiment in our podcast. 100%.
Now the monoatomic process that you've been doing right now, watch what happens when you do it with raw gold.
I am so intrigued now. So intrigued.
And you can put all the water you want. You can switch the water out, because like this one old gentleman, I forget his name, I seen the video last week. He's saying it's in the air, it's on your clothes, it's in the dust, it's in sand. He was getting a lot of, guess where a lot of gold lies inside? Beer bottles. You smash them up.
I've heard that. I've been meaning to go back and watch that, but there's a couple people of some other alchemy channels out there where they literally are turning pure bottles into pure gold.
Yes.
In like they melt it down and then microwave it on a certain frequency, and it turns.
You can do that too. Gold. You could do that too, or smash it up into very fine dust and then put it in the jar where you're doing the electrolysis with a piece of raw gold in there. And if there's any gold in that glass, it's going to adhere to the raw gold. It's going to go in.
My God.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Bernie, when are you going to start making gold? How about I just turn your empty beer bottles that you wasted your alcoholism into pure gold?
Yeah, I thought it was crazy, but this guy, like you said, he was melting it down with a regular microwave oven, and he had to melt it down probably about 12 times. But the last time he did it, it was pure 100% 24 karat gold.
And to anybody that's been sitting out there collecting garbage bags full of glass beer bottles, wink, wink, nod, nod, all of my fellow, former alcoholic, I haven't drank in a few years, but we
apparently glass
gave you pure gold for your empties. So there you go.
Yeah, apparently glass has a lot of gold in it. About 2%. About 2% of gold is in glass, silicate.
Yeah, it is in silicate, which is quartz, which is you find gold in quartz veins. That is where gold is. So wow, that makes.
So you just smash it down, put it in a bottle of water, add some electricity with a nugget of pure gold that you have, gold ore, and watch the magic happen.
We will be doing that.
That gold nugget will actually get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and actually grow like a quartz crystal on a string.
So our 48-hour streams have now evolved into a 48-day stream.
48 days.
We will show the gold growing.
I'm gonna scoop for a quick cigarette. I'll be right back.
Okay, I will play a little intro or intermission video and do the same thing here.
All right, sounds good.
Oh dear.
Okay, and I'll be back in 5.
Most definitely.
Okay.
And to anybody that's just been joining in, happy holidays. I hope the spirit of Christmas is treating you good, or the spirit of the holidays is treating you good. I personally am about breaking the spells, especially the negative spells, and from mental wellness observation, I believe that the programming of the divide and conquer of, for instance, Santa, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, is by design to break the most sacred of conscious bond and trust between a child and its parents, that when the child finally finds out, most likely from an outside source, not the parents themselves, that their whole universe, their parents, could lie to them about the physical reality of their existence, completely shatters from that point forward the trust of both family, parents, and just universe in general. And that is by design. So I say spirit of Christmas, and that the spirit of the holidays comes through.
Sorry, guys.
The spirit of Christmas, the Slavic
kind of
say too.
I was phoning Cambell, but yes, Cambell is like, hey, dude, you're live on my channel. So,
extended Russian family, and
we'll have Cambell
or them talking about over in Russia and whatnot. And it is the spirit of Christmas, not Santa itself. And that the spirit of Christmas is a physical entity created by all of us that participate.
As I shut myself the F up and get back to the program here. Oh yeah, Tyson got disconnected, but he will be back up soon. But the real star, the search for knowledge, being autodidactic, is about to join us. So, in the meantime, we got Big Love. And yes, I love each one of you, lovely souls, that make this possible. Joining in, 57 of you right now. I'm sure that will go up to 557 on Cambell's channel once he comes back in. So, Campbell, I did email you that right now. I don't know. Should I just ramble on for a minute until Cambell joins in, or do you guys want me to rehook up the Tyson Turtle Cam in the meantime while we wait for Cambell so that we can all enjoy Tyson shredding that salmon, eating it raw, frozen, and bone and all? Look at that, 63 now, even with me just saying Cambell is coming in, because you are the star, the Mr. Cambell, the legendary autodidactic, joining us now.
Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. How are you all? It's 38 or something down here again today.
Really? It's minus like 38 here in Calgary, Canada today, so that's wonderful.
I'm sitting here in the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's scary. You can't go outside after having like a shower or a bath because like your hair will freeze and then like shatter, and like she gone.
Yeah, like does your water freeze up?
No, there's like the central heating throughout it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's all right. What have we got here? Holistic Media. Hello, Galactic Backwards. Retna Retsum. Oh my gosh, how do I say that? Hello. Very nice. Nice. Kimmy. Lightning hitting sand makes glass art. Well, there you go. I've never seen that. That sounds cool. Hello, Walking Axel. Love in the Mitts. Hello. Lacrimosa. So you've got to say that one with a bit of a tongue twirl, don't you? Lacrimosa. Jolly Man, hello. Hello. Lady Lukes, hello. Third Coast. Lex, how you go? I just sent you an email. How you doing? Oh, you got it on there. Thank you. I should read, shouldn't I? All right, everybody here. Dave, how you going? How am I supposed to say that name? Retnu Heretsnu M96MO Nimton. There you go. So what should we talk about? So I was talking to Richie. Actually, I think we were talking about it on the last live stream about there's this show called The Wheel of Time. And it's actually a book series that I read when I was like in my 20s by Robert Jordan. It's a very, very big, long series. It's like, I think it was 14 books, all very, very big books. So I watched it, and it was actually pretty good. I do recommend you go and checking it out. But oh my God, they wokeified it, man. They bloody they turned like it's just horrendous. And
really,
so it was good, but it was bad. And I've heard they did the same to Matrix 4. I've heard it's just woke city. Has anyone seen it yet? Like to the point of it's not even.
I saw the first one, but the second one I was like, oh God.
You haven't seen.
And then the third one I was like, fuck, no more. But watch the first one like a million times. That's what's to live by.
Yeah.
Until you take it and wake the F up in reality, and there you go. Oh, yeah, you're living in a dumpster, or where are you actually? It's the metaverse or the Matrix, or the real world in the outback down under. where it's 38,
It's
or
just
in the northern lands of North America where it's minus 38. It's a hard reality, but it's a beautiful world.
oh, it is. It is. Just don't wear a mask when you're going to see it. But,
Right?
but the dude who wrote it, like the dude who wrote the new script, literally, there's an article out there, and they're talking about they're trying to change the meaning of the red pill because the meaning got stolen by the right side of politics. You know, they stole our red pill. So basically, everyone went, "Oh yeah, let's wake the hell up," and they're like, "Oh no! It actually meant comply to the government." And so they're actually trying to change the meaning of the first film. I haven't seen it. This is what I've heard. Okay, this is secondhand information. Has anyone in the chat seen it?
I can't put energy into that sort of stuff because it's just like,
well,
whatever.
I think it also
that's why the elite call some of us useless eaters. So just don't.
Everyone's been wondering about Keanu, right? Keanu's supposed to be the good Hollywood actor. You know, he's supposed to be. Oh, it's Keanu. He rides a moped, man.
John Wick's
he's cool. But I think if he's done this to the Matrix and killed it and tried to make it work, then that's like that's a massive X.
The man's got to pay his mortgage. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh well, yeah, I know. On his 7 houses and his boat, yeah, and his moped, of course. Don't forget the moped. Oh, Aaron Corbett. Okay, Aaron loved it. Okay, so
right.
have I just got it all? I've listened to a few people, and they're all.
I love what it's inspired though. With like even my mom. Like I watched my mom when I was last couple weeks ago when we went to Cranbrook to like pack up her like childhood home and my like grandma's home when we were moving her out, and like she got on Zoom with like a group of like different like women from the academic world that like work with her in like the Africa stuff she does, but it was like just this like support group for the choice of not taking the vax, as well as like my mom being like, I like to call myself as a red pill sort of person, and just like once I woke up, I don't care. Then like she's like 71 now, and there's like these like chicks are like 23 in there and stuff, like, yeah, and I'm just like, oh man, it's like it's affected and helped elevate like even my own mom's like sort of thing but like it's just like everybody has their own take of it, and you know, just don't get caught up in those Paul I ticks that are designed to divide and conquer, right? Because they trigger
this is the problem, right? It's like,
and they do it
listening to other people.
They get your feelings, and then like you don't even realize that all of a sudden you're caught up in this video of Hollywood. Like Amber, my girlfriend, she was telling me about she watched someone, it was like some review of like 2021 or something, F it or whatever. It was like Samuel L. or something like that. And then she starts going on, and it's like
Jackson.
It's like showing how bad Biden was and like how good this like Mater Ruta, whatever the chick that Supreme that died. And I was like, honey, like just pause for a sec and realize like how it like first it played off of like, oh, they were trying to kill babies, oh, they were doing this, oh, they were doing that, and then like I brought up some like real facts, and she's like, oh my god, it took me, it was one of those things that, you know, and like realized and stuff, and it's like it just they go to get you. So just
emotional, man.
Neutral and just not give an F when it comes to those Paul lie ticks, because they are Paul lie and tick.
Yeah, and they polarize you, right? Polo tick, polarize. When you polarize, you're off balance, you're off kilter. You've been off-ended. Ooh. So who have we got here? Loving the Mets. Oh, welcome. Oh, there you go. Hello, Draga Lokta. Welcome.
Oh man, why is my computer taking so long to get the Tyson cam back up? Sorry, Tyson. It was such a good camera.
So what about Tyson? Like, does he need a heater for his water? How does he survive the winter?
Tyson, he's indoors.
Like, so no problems.
Well, so he's natural to Alberta. He could go hibernate in the lake, but he's been indigenous and indoors for.
They hibernate.
Years that I had him, but I was told for like 20 years before that up in Grand Prairie, northern Alberta, where he was from originally, when my best friend from high school, Tyson Simon, brought him back to me with another turtle that passed away about 10 years ago. But that one was about 40 or something, and then this one was like 20 at the time, so now this one's about 40. But they lived for very long times. But he had to hibernate or like do the winter cycle because he's been indoors for pretty much his whole life, I guess.
So they hibernate in the wild though, like turtles.
They go into like a super slow state, I think, because they go like deep into the lakes, and then the ice freezes over top, but the very bottom is still like liquid, but they like just like, and they're cold blooded, so they're almost at frozen. And that's the crazy thing about water. It's the only thing that when it's supposed to solidify and be denser, it actually expands and floats. So it creates this current within it, keeping the coldest water going down from all freezing all the way down. Instead, then when it gets to the bottom, then as soon as it starts to freeze, it goes up top and creates that layer of ice. And then there's that layer of water, and then the like monoatomic muds and plasmas and all sorts of stuff.
So they slow their breathing down, then they don't have to breathe because they're
invertebrate. Very slow amounts. It's because it's through the osmosis process that it goes through.
Like the pressure starts.
Another crazy thing too about water is that instead of as it gets hotter, it actually holds less gases, and as it gets colder, it holds more dissolved gases. So when it's almost at freezing, it has the most amount of oxygen in it for the fish and the reptiles to actually get through their skin and organs through the osmosis process.
Yeah.
But it's like theoretically humans should be able to, because like bears, I'm a man bear unicorn myself, but bears hibernate, and I've been known to like sleep for several days at a time, no problem.
Well, you've been known to live stream yourself sleeping for several days, Bernie.
Oh, we're gonna by the end of it,
never going away, right?
Like you will be leading on Spiral Up with the Wizard Wilkinson and David and whatnot, like some sort of meditation, and then we'll have like some Edgar Casey moments, and you're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna get Bernie. What are we gonna telepathic? And you know, it'll be like
the sleeping prophet. Yeah, tell us the truth, Bernie.
Right? So we start.
Definitely.
Oh wow, take down the fair use. Here we go. Let's have a little. Here's all our lovelies. Come on, Paul. Come on, Michelle. Come on, Rex. Let's have some alternative history discussions. You're on the banners right now.
Look at that. Yeah. So So have you told them about the big things coming up? We've decided that since the media is crumbling, that we may as well just start our own, right?
Why not, right? And it's like, here's the thing. I gotta play the Superman. I've showed you the Superman channel, right, on YouTube. Superman. He's the superhero of altcoins that are gonna. Oh man, Superman's the man.
I don't think so.
Oh, dude, and I'm part of his like Telegram group. They're good community. They're a good group, but like Superman has been in crypto for a long time, and Superman has made himself millions upon millions, and then taught millions to make millions too. So like there's millions of communities with millions that are like good people, and just like they got them Lambos. Like it's crazy, and like they get into their patterns, and like you know what you're doing. You stick with it for long enough. It's just numbers equal numbers. You will make millions over time. And well, I made my 40,000x this year. I talked about it with Mike and stream we did on your channel earlier. And that is my begging of homework this week. If you'd be so kind to do a couple of 3-minute clips of going through watching that video for us, because like there is some like amazing stuff. But I've also written down timestamps on it on my channel of the good topic times.
Cool. Nice.
But,
yeah, and crypto went up. I like crypto at the moment.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I like it when it goes up.
I was tripping out like
I mean,
for a
it's
bit
quite a
because like
bit.
right when Radium like crashed and like Solana crashed like a couple of weeks ago. I waited for like a week before reaching out to the Telegram group of like, yo, why the hell isn't my like Radium loading and why can't I access my staking? And I like messaged you a couple times, but this is before you and I started using Telegram. Like it was just like waiting in Telegram and like, anywho.
Yeah, I know.
The Radium Telegram, and I finally asked. I like one of the guys that helps in the channel. He's just like, did you refresh your browser, delete the cookies? I was like, back like 5 minutes.
Delete.
And then I was like, I am going to harvest my yields right now. And he's like, thumbs up, dude. I was like, yes.
Radium, yeah.
Great moment for myself and for Solana and Radium.
That's Radium Farm, yeah.
And remember when so here's the thing, when we do our next joint with Project Moon Gold, back with Joji there, who you met, and then Josh, who had gone to sleep by that point, when we meet him next, you know more about the Radium staking than him himself, and it was a part where he was asking me to like teach their community, and a lot of them are really interested in it. So when we go through it again, don't think that you know less than like you do.
Yeah.
You're more into it than even they are at this point. So it's all just a giant learning.
I've got crap loads, man. Some of those coins I've got.
You're going to be a wizard, brother. Don't you worry. You'll be a Radium wizard.
Thousands of some of them. Just waiting for them to, once they're worth a couple of cents or $1, I'm going, man.
Well, Prism, it's like a light prism, a triangle. It was a new one that was added recently. And I effed up. It was on the Star Launch, I believe, Launchpad one that I do have staked that earns hydrazine, and then you burn the hydrazine, and you actually get whatever percentage of hydrazine you burn out of the overall amount that's put into the pot gets that equal amount to you of the initial cryptos of that Prism one. So it's like that's when you actually get the low, like 10 for a penny. Like you get like 100 of them for 10 cents, so 1,000 of them for $1. And it's like within like after then it did its sale and then it did its Radium staking. It was up to like 10, 11 cents, and then it went up when I bought in and started staking it last week. And then it went up to 15 cents, and then yesterday over today it actually doubled again, so it's up to like 32 cents, and it's like still at like 100 APR right now. So I'm like, woo, that was pretty good. But so I've only got a 4x on that in this week, but I could have actually gotten over 100x had I put my hydrazine in, which I didn't, and I messed up on it. I missed
Just
out.
send me an email and tell me which ones. I need to redistribute my staking.
Right, exactly, and or just add more, and we'll continue with it.
Have you still got Wolf? I've got like about 50 million Wolf point, I think, at the moment. I've got some.
Holding those, man, they're gonna go up. It's gonna at least double, if not like 3-4. I promise you that, and put it in with the Radium staking matching, because then if it 2 or 3x's, Radium will just go up paired with Solana, so it's more of like a stable coin for you. So then as it goes up in that LP, it'll sell it off and give you more Radium, which then you can actually send out and exchange with Solana in any wallet. and that's how you actually cash it the F out. So
yeah. Definitely.
All
All
right.
right. So that's a lot of crypto talk.
Exactly. So if you want to get back to something else, well, I get Tyson Turtle back on because he's our hero for he's their sponsor.
Tyson the Turtle. Is Tyson the Turtle missing out? Now, what have I been? I've been looking at so much stuff lately. I've got about 50 billion tabs open. I've actually been looking at New Zembla. I don't know if I can explain what I'm trying to do with that. What else can I look at? I've got like so many half-done videos in my head. And I've got to make 2 tomorrow for the Syncretism Society. If you haven't checked that out, go check it out.
This is Shambhala. Keychain Shambhala is the best place on earth. It is a music festival in Nelson, BC, which was made famous by all of the American deserters that fled there to Nelson, British Columbia, to grow the world's best pot in the 60s. And that's where today the actual capital of Canada's pot is, and the best pot in the world. And well, I've done many a drive there over the decades, we will say.
What for, Bernie?
Scared when the cops drove by on the way back. But anywho.
What am I doing here? Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, no, that's not what we want. What do we want? Okay, it's going to go weird for a minute. Woo! Okay, hopefully you guys can see that. I'm hoping you can. Can you see? Can you see that? One of my screens is broken, and I need another one, so I can only see one. Yep, cool. All right, so this is just 1832. They say, bird's eye view of Chicago. Now look how big this place is for starters. Like fairly big.
Crypto actually means communism. It's like I thought it said communism when I put it up, but I'm going to change it to that. Crypto actually means communism because you can write your own down, and Cam can have a great time, and it'll be autodidactic communism crypto.
Communism. All right. Does that mean I get to be ruler? Look at these canals, right? We've got a massive ship in here. Whee! So these are big man-made rivers. Now, I believe this is all pretty different because I've got some pretty interesting pictures of Chicago. I mean, this is just a drawing, obviously. Like lots of buildings. That's not what I wanted to show. This one, right? So this is, what's it called? They say it's just like a plan, right? Like a drawing, a plan for the city of Chicago. Sorry, that's not better. God, I could read that before, but anyway, look at the size of this building. These are cars, right? Or horses and carts, really. And I mean, these are people. Look at the size of this building.
Wow, like just that. Like, look at the size of that interdimensional machine.
Yeah, right. Look at just the dome. Look how big that is. Like. And then, like, there's a whole, like, government building sitting on top, and a massive obelisk. I thought I had a bigger version. I hope I've got a bigger one with better pixel quality because you can zoom right in. And, like, there's a big obelisk here in the front of the building. There's twin poles on each side. And it's just, the size is just ridiculous. You know, so... And again, it's just sort of a proposal. Oh, here we go. Can we get in further here? So you can see a big obelisk here, twin poles, and look at the size of the people. These are little tiny people here. We've got a dome here, and then, you know, double dome. But that's just, is that ridiculous? It's just... so here we go. Chicago, elevation showing the group of buildings constituting the proposed civic center. So it's proposed, they say. So what do you reckon? Was that there? Did they knock it over?
Goes to take down, or maybe it's proposed to rubble. They found it in. Maybe that's what it keeps.
Yeah, we propose we have to hide this bit of history.
We
so this
blew the shit out of before we conquered these lands, and then repopulated them with conquered Celtic children and Slavic Tartarian.
Yeah. Orphan trained. Yeah, exactly right. This is Chicago, the view of the, again, right, proposed development in the center of the city. Chicago, blah, blah, blah. Look at this thing in the middle. There's this massive structure, like massive. These are huge buildings around it, but look at the Bay Area here.
That is it. Like, that's what you just showed us.
Oh, yeah, right. You reckon it is? Yeah, right.
And, like,
Nice
look at how far it
journey.
was to Dubai with, like, their Palm Islands, right? And then look but go back to, that is like a Palm Island wing right there.
Yeah.
Who made that at that time? Are you effing kidding me? And this is like the sort of stuff that John Levi highlights a lot, and Michelle Gibson highlights a lot, of the constructed coastlines. But like, look at this. This is literally half a wing of one of those Dubai freaking palm leaves. Maybe even more intense. And what year is this?
This one, what's that? CXXXVII. Is that 5853? So probably 1850s they're going to say. But I mean, this is the thing. Who would? I mean, not that they'd even be able to envisage this, but who would design this if it couldn't be built? You know, if they didn't have the machinery and the knowledge to build it.
Google Maps today, and it's like there's remnants of this stuff everywhere there.
Yeah,
and then at the same time, all of the star cities are exactly this, this it already built. And then you go to the remnants today, like Holland or freaking Beijing, anywhere across the world where it was a star city citadel, it is like leftover of this. But the only ones building this today is Dubai, and look at how far they've got with it. That's the point.
Yeah. Well, they're having trouble now. Yeah, no one's living there. But I mean, even just look at this harbour, this man-made harbour, and it comes in and turns into the canal. And there's like a million bridges here. Like, look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every road's got a bridge across the river, or canal, right? Man-made canal. So this is, Chicago. And that's the thing. There is remnants of this stuff out in the water. Do I have a picture of that is the question. No, I've got a picture of a high school. There you go, a high school. Looks more like a low school, really, because those windows go straight in the ground.
You want to know what I hate about high school girls? I get older, but they stay the same.
You used to be cool, now you're just turning into an old man. Oh, God. This is Chicago too. Right? Check out these castles. That's where old King Cole used to live, I think. They've got a Colosseum here for us, which is actually another castle. A massive cathedral here.
Even downtown Calgary, there's like the military building right in the edge of like the downtown, the heart, by the old fort, and it's like a castle. And it's like Calgary, the old west. It was like wood and brick fort, and then it's like, who built this castle?
Come on, you know that bloody King Arthur was up that way. The Knights of the Round Table, mate, they whack those things up pretty quick.
Right? Like, it's...
And I mean, and look at the people again, all in suits and all in the same clothes, got these horse and carts and cars. You think that they built this stuff? Like, all the time when you see these photos, these people, I mean, it's a bit like today, right? They don't really look like they know what's going on. They're just kind of like loitering. Like, what's going on here? This is a photo. Is this? I think it's a photo. Maybe it is a drawing. No, I think it's a photo. This is Chicago. at the end of one of those piers that we were just looking at. Look at this building.
And it's like, how did they have these castles and these like fortresses and these coliseums, and that they just burnt down? But everywhere else in the world were these same ancient.
Oh, he's still there? Look at this. What's that? BurnEye? Have we lost BurnEye? What is this? Am I still connected? Can you still hear me? But yeah, is anyone in Chicago? Is this still there? I think it's the port building. It's I've got a better. I think it's that out there. As far as I can tell, I do have other pictures somewhere. So is that still there?
Bert and Ernie got a little bit too excited and pushed their finger and hit the extra back button on the mouse, and it just takes you right out every time.
Bit excited. So this photo, right? This is the Chicago International.
That thing? That's like so like. That's a machine.
Look at this. Look at this. But also in the background, what have we got? We've got this seawall, right?
No. Those were airships in and out of there, no doubt, right?
Yeah, that does look much like it would be a good airship terminal. It's actually got
underground
platforms up
subway
here.
underneath, and then like submarines and your ferries all through.
Yep.
And you got your steampunk world, but it was actually HHO sound resonance harnessed steampunk free energy, where hey, maybe you play that flute and you just turn this water into the steam that then went into your steampunk shit, and you just powered your whole freaking engine and you were on your way. And literally it would be a Dr. Seuss powered world, which is hilarious to think, but it's an actual reality. Me and Mike talked about the physics aspect of it and the numbers earlier in our previous stream tonight, and like steampunk and cold fusion and electrolysis, and then like just putting a radio frequency, so it's a very small amount of energy, but if you put in that radio frequency, the resonant frequency of water into it, it boils it, and then you can harness that full endothermic or exothermic reaction of the water change of state and the huge temperature change.
Okay, and that would also be like almost fractally encoded
radio
beam,
wave,
right?
which is like just a little type beep beep, like from like literally a John Hutchinson crystal battery, never-ending battery would be able to power that. That much energy would be able to power then your entire steam-powered device from harnessing the steam energy of that boiling water and just this frequency going into it. Like that like when you understand that, and like how real free energy is achievable through nature and cold fusion, it's like we are the most wasteful, idiotic civilization in the entire human 4 billion year civilized Earth history. And we need to get Michael Cremo on here and his parts and like his freaking lifelong discovery of like
definitely that would be awesome.
Advanced human civilization for like hundreds of millions, billions of years. So it's like whether you want to think dinosaurs are recent or past or dragons, they're all of the above, and man lived with them most definitely at some point. And like there is, and whether you believe in modern science dating or not, there's actually documented so many cases of modern science showing human remains of like technological stuff, antiques, all sort of stuff in hundreds of millions and billions of year deposits. So it's like just you got to throw any dogma out your freaking mind and just start and when it comes to
admit that we just don't know. We don't know that we don't know, and all that.
How do you have what was it?
Morrison Hotel.
Right?
All right. Do you remember the Doors? The Doors had a Morrison Hotel album. Sorry, what were you saying? Oh gosh.
Yo, that right there looks like Calgary's downtown like military freaking history academy thingy that like is, but there's more castle on the backside.
Always military, isn't it?
Not
What are
Calgary.
all these lumpy bits for? What do they do?
Right, and I believe that's probably some sort of diode plasma reactor sort of thing, or like encasement that, imagine like your thunderstorm, really powerful sort of energy charging, and then interacting with these during their when storms were happening, and that's when they like get powered up and exchanged through nature and through the ionosphere and through the natural cloud and electrical lightning.
Yeah, it's almost like a waveform, isn't it? Like expansion, contraction,
right?
Like boom, 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 boom,
And
which
I
is
bet
how.
you it has to do with harnessing water and harvesting like steam and mist and it turning back into water and ice and that electrical process. And especially when it has like all the copper trims, the iron, the grids, and those old antennas everywhere, and then the balls full of mercury everywhere. And then we should play Conspiracy Are Us's videos that shows where he goes through the Roman pools, shows how they're actually giant electrolysis battery storage things, and how
I don't think I've seen that one.
Stuff like that too. And I just talked to Mike about it, I guess, or was it with you in the past one, where there's the cathedrals or like the temples, the schools, all of the old Tartarian, but there's always the dielectric of the one main tower up with the biggest spike up into the atmosphere to get the charge, and like the copper gold dome roof of it, right? And then a big antenna on top. And then there'll be a separate building, or on the other end of the entire structure, going from the ground, another spire up into the high up into the atmosphere with an antenna too, right? But it's like usually separated from the main building and coming up from the ground, right? You know what I'm talking about? Can you maybe put up a picture of what I'm describing? Maybe a lot of construction ones too. But so it's like the main cathedral or build architecture will have a single tall spire, a double tall spire on one end of it, with going up to like tens of height, right? And then usually either on if it's a really big advanced structure, then it'll usually be attached and on the opposite side of that structure, but still coming up from the ground and like in its own cylinder sort of thing. And then another cathode. So you have this spire up here, on this end up here, this guy, and up there. So that would be catching the lightning on one end. Opposite end, Cambell, brother.
This down here?
No. The complete back there. There you go. That tall golden one, the big spire at the very back of the cathedral. That they have the scaffolding around it.
Yeah, that exactly. One. Yeah.
How high up it is, right? Yep. So that's going to be the point that breaks the atmospheric discharge of ionic electrical capacitance through the lightning into the whole battery circuit system that this is. And then it probably, where this one is so advanced, it probably then when it gets hit by lightning probably went and then like shot through all of the middle of all of these things going down. The whole thing probably lit up. But and then probably, can you zoom all the way out? Is in the center of the square of this, is there like the statue with the big guy or something like that?
There in front of this one, there's a big, like out here, there's a big mosaic thing. I think it's got something in it
Yeah,
too.
so
but
you
a big
see all of this brick, all of the stonework from that cathedral is a dielectric that is insulating the ground. And when lightning strikes, there's always one down from the ionosphere and one up from the ground. So the first one comes from the atmosphere, strikes the building at the very top, powering the entire thing, and then simultaneously the second strike would come up from the center of this supposed park of that old just statue, and that would be going back into the ionosphere. And then underneath this entire thing, this entire workshop, advanced technological archaeology, are these big like cylinder storage domes for grain or whatever. No, those were these giant Baghdad batteries, or what I'm doing, huge electrolysis batteries, and then like all of like you see these the so-called Ferris wheels and all of those sort of things. But then
merry-go-rounds.
In those old houses and castles, the Van de Graaff generators and whatnot, where you're spinning those two big plates out of the static to get the charge to power your jars and your mace, or what are they called, the Leyden jars?
Leyden,
the Leyden jars, right? But it's like, no, those Leyden jars weren't like the first like shitty type. Those ones were so advanced we're only starting to understand them again, and it's literally this monoatomic stuff, this superconducting plasma quantum material that when you have the solenoids with nanocoating and interactions going into it and stored, you actually have these like space technology style freaking plasma battery powered things. And then imagine that in those huge underground is probably 2-3 times the size, built of like basalt and whatnot, or the brick that's also battery now we find out and whatnot, and like the iron rods going through all of it, which is transferring the magnetic power, which is another thing that we don't even incorporate or understand or use in our modern technology. We only use the copper, but anyways, and the electrical, but that's getting off topic. Point being, these things are so advanced, took so much power just out of the environment that it's insane. And they probably glow, those drawings or paintings and sketches that were probably renderings of photos when these things were working, it probably got struck by lightning, and the entire thing then just glowed for days. It was probably powered by this. Or like if mist goes through, it would probably just harvest it out of the daily energy changes and then power it. And then it's like glass tubes with any of the noble gases in it, then you ionize it, thus aka turning it into plasma with the smallest of charges. That's lots of stuff Mike's showing and whatnot. And right there, they broke it. There you go, they destroyed it. And also think of all the aquifers and the different fountains and stuff that were through it. Usually in the center there was fountains underneath this, so then that's what it wasn't copper wires, it was water currents that they were using through the grounding, and when it would go through their cycles, and then just salt water.
You can see the iron inside, like going down into the ground. Like,
oh my god, it's so much more efficient, and it's so much like it's just insane how lost we think. Like we're so developed and advanced, and it's like no, we're just so stupid and wasteful, and like
it is
nuts.
Like it's
exactly like see here, it's like oh man, right? Like if you see anything other than like a highly dimensional technological device, are you on drugs? Because
Yeah, exactly right. Time to put the books down. Time to take the red pill. Frequency, tuning forks. And so this is all of it as well, right? In phase, out phase. That's all. That's what you were talking about before, I think, like having
Yes.
double energy. Oh God, what were you saying? Something that reminds me of something anyway. But
I was thinking it at the same time you were trying to put it into words, and it's like on the tip of my tongue, and like I was trying to wait for you to like get it out for me. I was like, because I'm sorry, but I have to just show my lovely Amber, and she says hi. We were talking about her earlier, but like, what do you get for the guy that supposedly has everything? Well, she finds a way. It's original Indian buffalo horn from India, and then an awesome giant
magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass. There we go. Wow. Brain farts. From India crafts import fair trade, I think it says, but isn't a giant magnifying glass for the science?
How did she find that?
Right? Like
what should I get Bernie for Christmas? I know what he'll like. He would love a magnifying glass set into a genuine Indian from the continent Indian bullhorn. Yeah, I'm going to go buy one of them.
Right? Like, isn't that material right there? Like,
it's very, very cool. I mean, and you can take it like when you go like into the jungle, right? Like Indiana Jones, and you're cruising through, and you can like stab it into the ground.
It's self-defense. If I get lost, I can like separate it and blow out. I can harvest water. I can start a fire.
Defend yourself.
I can read. I can do all sorts of things. And then like
it's the multi magnifying glass.
My mama awesome.
The Swiss
too.
Army.
Like,
That's what it's
my mama got me.
Swiss Army magnifying glass.
This one glows in the dark. And the eyes are actually galaxies, like they reflect galaxies out, and it's a plasma blowtorch. So that is pretty cool too. Like for the guy, you can never have everything, but things are nice. And like Bert and Ernie, they love it now. They're bad. They have to run for their lives if the sun is out, but it's okay. They don't have to worry. There's only 6 hours a day of it right now because
what? 6 hours? Oh my God.
It's maybe a little longer than that, but literally my friend that works up in Yellowknife, it's less than that for him right now.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you're up so far north. Like I think we get down just under 8 hours in the middle of winter, but 7 hours, 50 minutes or something. But uranium glass. Ooh, what's uranium glass? Tom, I noticed that the static in the air is off the charts after the rainstorm went through. Well, I mean, that does create it, but I think, there's a bit more energy in the atmosphere than there was a few years ago, shall we say. And some planets have changed. Venus and something, Mercury.
Cambell, was it with you that I was talking about the age of the new sun and it confirming, like this, how Nassim shows 2001, that the magnetic pole flip on the sun, like every 11 years, it's the the sunspot cycle is what it's called. And every 11 years when the magnetic flux builds up in the sun, it does a magnetic pole flip throughout history. But in 2001, Nassim Haramein shows that it doesn't actually do a magnetic pole flip. Instead, it pulsed, and it flashed like a white light and kept going. And then in 2012, literally the Mayan long count calendar and what would align with the Hopi prophecy of moving into and the Mayan prophecy of the fifth age of the age of man in the sun, and why supposedly kids, and I honest to God, I've gone in, like when I've been in schools randomly, like to vote and stuff even, and you see these kids' drawings now, they have white suns, and it's like I always drew like a yellow and orange and like red centered sun, and apparently it's like from the last one it was yellow, and if you're like an older soul you'll do like orange, and like the oldest you'll draw red or something like that. And I found that, I was like, whoa. And I still have some of those drawings up on my walls that we will show one day. Anyways, but it's
yeah, it's definitely. I wonder if they're be interesting to see what they're drawing in actual kids' books.
Right, exactly. Part of that whole Mandela effect, or just new age of the sun. And here's the thing: so we're going into 2022 is coming to you, and 2023 will confirm that we are actually in the age of a new age of man and a new age of the sun. If we get there and it then once again starts pulsing more, because we will actually be in a white pulsar that is actually a different type of sun, and it completely blows away the old understanding of how the stars work, as well as it also kind of explains resets, but it also explains, it would coincide with the new age of Aquarius, how we're moving into this new constellation, and well, I can never think of it. Anyways, astrological age goes around, and it's confirmed by what the NASA calls the wobble. But anyways, 2,400 years for the 12 different ages, and it's like the Kali Yuga, the all the ancient Eastern philosophies, as well as I believe the Tartarian, and then like how Olaf shows off that 7,500-year-old Slavic calendar, and like the graves with those years and using it and whatnot. That it's like there really is past golden ages, and like the Egyptians also, they talk about, Babylonians talk about, the Sumerian kings list. They all in their languages tell the stories of these past golden ages and cycles, but especially in the Mahabharata, I believe it is, that talks about the Kali Yuga cycles and how it goes from golden age to silver, copper, stone, and what the dark ages. And this, we'll put here we go.
Stop talking. What happened? Silver, gold, bronze. So we're going in. We're at the like we're not going into gold.
So here we go.
We're going to silver.
We have the turtle. Right. So Tyson the turtle
is
standing in front of the ages of time.
Where is he?
Tyson the turtle is standing in front of the ages of time, and you have the golden age, you have the silver descending, the bronze age, and then the dark age. And it's that like man is just moving out of the bottom of the dark age back into like the copper age. It shouldn't be bronze, it should be copper. And we're going back into a copper age, but at the change of every age, man also has a chance to like step up and like go into a golden age and like skip the cycle, move the wheel all the way back to once you enter into a golden age, it lasts for a full half cycle. And then the other half of the cycle is 25% silver.
Yeah, exactly.
Then,
one's going into it and one's coming out of it.
Copper, and then the 7 something or 6 something stone or whatever, or dark or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So little original paint in there of.
Very nice. That's what the Wheel of Time, this
exactly
series, that's what it talks about, the wheel turning and different ages, and it was really cool. There was one scene and it was like because it's setting like medieval, they're on horses and all that with magicians and stuff, and it's got a scene and it's like 3,000 years ago, and it's got this scene, and then it looks out the windows and there's like spaceships flying around, and it's just like all Tartarian, major massive Tartarian city, but just all these spaceships flying around. So but yeah, 3,000 years in the past. So it just this story of we started at point A and we've just built up
it's
slowly
such a
to,
joke.
and we're at the epitome now. It's just such
Here's
crap.
the thing. It's 2022 coming to you. 2023, literally scientifically at the highest possible levels of confirmation. If the sun doesn't flip its magnetic poles and reset at the wow, I forgot it again. The electric cycle, and it instead pulses white and pulses more, like Nassim Haramein has shown, that will literally demonstrate to you confirmation that the Mayan grand time system is much more advanced and accurate, as well as the meaning of moving into the age of Aquarius, as well as the meaning of NASA saying that we've crossed the galactic plane and are now getting physical more energy into everything, or the metaphysical teaching that is consciousness connecting back into us, and we now are moving into a higher conscious dimensional, and as David Wilcox calls it, the transcendence, or the not evolution but ascendance or whatnot.
Ascension.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Like, we've got every culture talks about it. We've got the Yugas from India. We've got like the Great Wheel from Europe. You know, the precession
So
of
how
the
much
equinox.
confirmation does
Tepe.
people need? And it's like, if you're still a skeptic of literally every ancient culture telling you that humanity is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or literally 5 different ages of the sun old, or we were on the 4th, and that we are now literally into the 5th and a literal new age now, like
And so many of them talk about the new sun. Like, they talk about ages as like the new sun, right? They don't. It's like the new age of the sun, the new sun. You know, so it's like the sun. When the sun changes, that's the new age, right?
Exactly. And like,
because it's the power source.
Like Bill Nye, the fake science guy, telling us that when this new age happens, the sun's gonna go this big and destroy everything and everybody. It's like, oh, it's just slowly blink.
Is that what he's saying?
A little bit hotter. You don't have to give us some fake CO2 tax and tell us that it's us destroying it, because
is that what they're gonna? Yeah, right.
Well, here's the thing. I gotta show you this. So this is like
It's gotta be global warming, man.
of Mars that I've had since a little kid, and there's some of the ice cap up here still. There's another one that I have. Wow, that might be Mandela effect, because there used to be an ice cap on here. Another one in my bedroom, still on my wall. It's a painting that wasn't a real picture of it, but of the time, that shows the ice cap on it, and that is actually melted now. So if they're trying to claim that it was never there, it was. And there was a ice cap on the moon before. Where is it now? Like, why is there no ice caps on the moon anymore, or on Mars anymore? Like, what the fuck is that?
Because
and here's the thing: that people that don't believe it, it's like, I have that next to Tesla there, that blue green striped cylinder. That is a giant telescope that my dad built with me when I was 6, and I've been using it my entire life, watching the planets and the moon, and watching the changes and how it looks. And it's like, I remember when I was in university taking astronomy when I was like 21, and I literally got kicked out of class because I showed a NASA article of a picture, and I was like, look, here's a volcano. This is not a freaking just random dust cloud. This is showing active volcano on Mars. You're trying to teach that the geologic system of Mars is dead and there's nothing in it. Well, here's an active volcano. They're like, that's blasphemy. Like, blasphemy.
Thinking. Yeah, it is, dude. You shouldn't be thinking in school.
Today's today they actively now publish pictures of like exploding volcanoes on Mars, and they're like, look here, it's an active volcanoes. Look, Mars is active. It's life and and then it's like you go back to the anything on the moon or Mars or people looking through the telescopes hundreds of years ago. They talk about clouds. They talk about like life and all sorts of like active shit that they describe, and then it's like they give them real definitions of like same sort of like areas like they do a human map or Earth map, I should say, and like countries and locales and features, and it's like, why do we choose to believe the lie of the tell-lie vision?
Just keeps changing, man. It's the story.
It's on TV. They're telling that there's so many of the fantasies, but it's like that's the reality, man. Like,
Well, TV is just the reality, the
wake
version
up,
they want you to
fight the
believe.
dream, or if you're in the wrong dream, wake up. If you're stuck in the machine, it's time to start to dream and wake up to the infinite fantasy reality.
Start to dream, or you may start to scream. Got to blow this thing apart, man. So and then what's so it's New Year's Eve in 3 days. So
I gotta get a hold of a couple of people, and there's a good chance there'll still be a metaverse party. And the crazy thing is that I was part of last year a 24-hour global stream of DJs that they had someone playing in every time, or more than one people playing per time zone as it turned across the whole plane of the new day and the new year. And I think it's happening again this year with my buddy, so I'm going to see if we can, and they were doing it on Twitch, so I'm going to see if we can onboard them onto our StreamYard and then into the metaverse, at which point I don't have to worry about booking a single DJ, which would take me a lot of work, but I could pull off in 3 days' time. But the point being, that's already something I've been a part of and is already going, so hey, that's what Space Wizards do. They just DJ
Space
the
Wizards.
metaverse. Oh, and by the way, my
Good name for a
DJ
band, that one.
Bernie Slanders. I am DJ Bernie Slanders.
Bernie
that is
Slanders.
my name, Bernie Slanders.
Nice, yeah. So we'll be doing something on New Year's Eve, so I might do a stream as well. I've asked, I've asked Kelly if she'll come and have a chat. So we'll see what happens, but there'll definitely be stuff happening. There's 24-hour live going, but soon that's going to be probably happening, twice a month, with lots and lots of stuff. So we're going to just, start a TV station, I think. Why have gaps?
You really
right?
are.
Why have
And the
gaps
thing
between
is
the
that
videos?
to a larger subscription base than most local TV channels. So
Like literally, we've got some channels together, and we've got, I mean, it's millions of viewers, and that's more than most channels are getting at the moment for sure. So that will be interesting. So we've got a plan. We're going to get all these big channels on, bigger than us, and then we're just going to stream with them. And that way, we should all share our subs, and we should all grow and get our message out to a much bigger audience much quicker. So that is coming up. Oh, there's just so much coming up this year. I mean, oh my God, I don't even want to think about it.
Coming to you. I love it.
I've done nothing for the last 2 days. I've just taken them off, just got
here's something
build
I
up my
got right here. This is how they label bulbs. See how it says 40 watts? That's a fixture that it will fit, and it says at the bottom utilizes 4 watts. So it's actually LED. It's not actually 40. So when you're trying to buy it, you're gonna be like, oh, it's still a 40. I don't want that. No, it's actually 4. It's actually only 4 that it uses, and usually it's lower than that. Usually they actually don't use like any at all.
But it's got its same lumens as a standard 40-watt bulb.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, cool.
That's an example of free energy that they're hiding the labeling in plain sight to misdirect.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So that's a good point. What have they got in there? A step up or something in there or something? Who knows?
No, it's what the LED technology. It's called fusion, as opposed to like how I talk about the hot electricity of incandescent light bulb. That's literally using thousands of watts of electricity, and this little guy is only using 4, and it's like really, it's probably only using 1, and like it's insane.
So yeah, it's just not losing all the radiation as well, which of course we pay for, right? They give us this dodgy electricity where we lose.
Look at this! Look at this! Here, look at this! Look, woo!
Oh, nice! There you go, free energy, guys. Can you see that?
Literally, these are free
Lighting
energy
up
bulbs.
next to the
I wonder how the ancient
Vandegraaff
free
generator
energy powered wirelessly. Well, here you go.
And so that's the thing, like you were mentioning before, with the old castles not having the Vandegraaff generators and the static creating wheels. Like if you just had that, I mean, you could just have wireless lights pretty much, couldn't you?
Exactly, they all did.
So just running off that, yeah.
Where do you
So you
think
can
Tesla
see
got
that,
the
guys.
idea from? Like seeing old
Bigger,
world.
that didn't work. Oh, I've lost. I made you small. Oh, there it is. So yeah, free energy.
And like this is one of the coolest ones I've ever seen, and it was gifted to me from my good friend Jakub, a Polish guy. And it's like it was made in Poland by Heineken. And look at this thing. Just it gets kind of even close to it, and that's nuts.
And that's
they try to make you think it's using 40 watts.
Yeah, exactly right. It's free. And the other thing is, what do they teach us about Vandegraaff generators? Oh no, it just makes your hair stand on end. There's nothing else that it does.
Right? Oh my god, I know.
It's not, they show us this stuff, but they just tell us, oh no, it doesn't do anything. It's just, and we believe them. But it's actually a free energy device just right in front of us.
It's like, if you're over skeptical, you're just killing your own magic and the own childhood imagination of what your reality could and should be.
Maybe we should, well, this year we're going to get into, especially with Mike actually building stuff, building little circuits and building machines and that. But a Vandegraaff generator would be a good one to do, and with a beer bottle in it, I think. Has to have a beer bottle, so you'll have to organise that one.
Oh, you didn't even see the part where he brought up alchemy of turning glass from beer bottles into gold through alchemy.
Really?
And then he also talked and brought up about how I'm doing a scientific experiment now. Bert and Ernie actually are, where I'm going to get gold ore that I have from outside, that's natural gold ore from inside quartz crystal that I harvested from Nelson, BC, which is a major energy line in the grid. And how he brought up these lessons he saw. I've seen a bit of them a while ago, but through my alchemical experiences now, it has a whole new meaning, because the alchemists say that the elements are alive and like gold is alive. And then Mike shows these, or brings up these videos that we'll be showing, and I'll be doing the experiments of where it's growing live gold from the ore, where you don't kill it and wash it and so-called make it pure. No, you actually grow the gold ore on the electrolysis, and that it will grow crystals through the air. It will just out of nowhere transmute, grow more of it. And
does that work with other elements, or is it just gold?
with all elements, yes, sir. If you get it
So
in the
basically,
ore, that will happen. So it's like
that's coming from another
the
dimension, right?
life of pure ore elements.
Wow.
And how's that for
Yeah.
specific a light bulb of an idea?
There you go, guys. Stick with us, and you'll have free energy and free gold.
Oh, man, I actually on Canadian Boxing Day, I went to and I made my second ever legal marijuana purchase. It was from discount, wholesale, but I forget. But anyways, I shouldn't. It's a legal store. It was Boxing Day, and where my first purchase of legal marijuana or THC in Canada was like a month ago, and because I finally ran out of like my last crumbs from when I grew, because I have a legal license, I just haven't done it in a couple of years, and I just was refusing to pay for it. But anyways, first experience. I went
See,
to the
you can get
store,
licenses to grow
like,
it.
Shatter, and he's like, "Yeah, here's our cheapest stuff. It's a gram." And he was like, "It's $100." I'm like, $100? Are you kidding me? Like, it's cost me like $10. Are you
For
like,
what? A gram? Did you say?
a gram of but shatter? That's concentrate, like oil or whatnot. But like, I'm OG wholesale. Like, it should be about $30, maybe.
Yeah,
$40.
that's
Right. 100 was like, just, are you kidding me? He's like, "Oh, it's your first time. I'll give it to you for 60." I'm like, I guess that's a good deal. And then like I took it home and I smoked it, and it was like, it lasted me like maybe a week, and it was like not that great, and I was pretty disappointed. So then it's like I was like literally finding dust to like smoke the last couple of weeks. But I went through my bud grinders and I found like the crystal stashes, and there was like pure THC that lasted me for a while, so it was pretty good. Anyways, ran out of that. Boxing Day, made my second purchase, and I got live resin, which is like the best type of concentrate you can get, where it's like the plant is like frozen right as it's harvested, so it like gets all the life in it, and like the highest level of terps and the terpentines and the cannabinoids and all of it, and the THC, and it apparently has like 98% THC and then like 70% terps and cannabinoids, like really, really good stuff. And it was like only $32, but I was like, I doubt I'll get that again next time I go, because it's not going to be Boxing Day. But even at 50, that's like the highest end stuff. And when I used to sell it, that's what I sold it for. Retail was 50 a gram. So that is some nice stuff. But my eyes, I am just wrecked.
I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, so it's legal or what? Decriminalized, is it?
No, completely legal and taxed, and that's the one thing that I like about Justin Trudeau. Say about what you want. It's like at least he turned what was once a criminal offense that luckily I was never prosecuted on illegal cannabis trafficking, but once it became legal, I stopped, but I do have a legal license to grow and then sell back into the system. That now that I am off of the legal opiates that they poisoned me with for a decade and getting my life back together, I am going to be next going back into utilizing this legal grow license, and I'm going to be doing some that are just normal fertilizer and water, and then some that are these colloidal gold, silver, watered, fertilized weed plants, and then some that are going to be like Mike's magnetic structured, watered, fertilized weed plants. And they'll be in 3 separate grow areas, but with the exact same lights and conditions, heat, everything. So it'll be completely controlled, but it will be exact to show of a legitimate experiment on how the amplifications of plasma monatomic and structured water is on health, growth, and life in general.
Yeah, well, that's what yeah. I'll have to make yeah, I was going to buy a bloody
I'll probably
life
even
machine,
put
but I don't think I'm going to now.
doorways
But
and also put in the rodent coil and normal water in one as well.
do people try like
POE
putting
coil.
the rodent coils in the ground, in the dirt, and planting the plants on top of them?
Norbs is starting with some magnets, but like I pointed out that like he didn't really have controls going, and he fucked up some other shit. But he was pretty noobs with the Norbs. And then I'm like, hey, you want to come on and talk on our podcast for an interview? He's like, I'm good for that for now, but like, yeah, cool. We get to know you. I'm like, well, is it cool if I at least keep showing your shit, bro? It's like nothing. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to show your videos anymore if you're going to possibly freak out and I don't know what you smoke and think that maybe we're bad when we're just trying to get along. And like Cambell's literally flat earth and all you do is make crazy models, you flat earthers, you. But I love you all. But anyways, I was like, come on, science is sound at least, because like he does like crazy good research. Like he's awesome. And like, I don't necessarily promote the lyrics in his music that he makes, but it's cool that he's making it with the different frequencies. I'll say it that way.
432, yeah, that's something else we've got to get. But yeah, I want to do that too, like fractalize, or is that what you call fractalized water? Tune it.
So that's going to be podcast 2, so week 4, and podcast 3, so week 6. That on the Sunday, me and Mike will do a workshop where we're recreating that. And then also Aaron's been waiting. I got to let Aaron in here too, if that's all right. He's been a donator as well and just a great guy. And he's also a Reiki healer and so much more.
Oh, is he? Oh, there you go. I've got Reiki one.
I will send him the link right away.
And isn't it interesting that Reiki, just to go sideways, when you get your Reiki,
flat thumbs.
They basically the way they activate the energy and stuff is through cymatic shapes. It's the same stuff you see in the windows, same stuff you see in Dr. Emoto's work. It's the same thing.
You got it, brother.
What were you saying? Do you remember? Here we go. The challenge of BurnEye. What was he saying?
There's a light bulb. That's what I.
This light bulb goes on. Free energy.
I was hearing the dog creeping upstairs, and I was like, "What is going on?"
Just show free energy.
Exactly. We started going sideways.
We did. So, is Aaron in the waiting room? No.
Aaron, that's what we were talking about. Yeah.
About letting Aaron in. You were going to send him a thing.
All right. Sorry. I am going to go get this done. I'll be right back. You continue being awesome, which is you, for a few minutes. And when I come back, Aaron will be joining us shortly.
All right. Shall we have I've got some pics here. If I can work out how to do this. All right. Share the screen. So this is called the Chateau of Chenossu. The Chateau of Chenossu in France. Built across the water, and we see these buildings everywhere, don't we? Really, built when they're built across the canals like this. But it's a pretty cool place. So I thought we could have some look at some pictures. Of course, these. What are these? Right? Are these vacuum tubes, vacuum cylinders, some kind? Who knows?
That's exactly what Conspiracy RS shows, and.
Oh, okay, cool. Was that Conspiracies R Us
systems? They're crazy. And
were they on our?
It stores it.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Salt water. Good point.
Salt water, and then it's lightning that powers it. It's lightning. It's the ionosphere.
Lightning into these.
Cables.
Oh, look at that, man. Look at that. Woohoo. Was that Conspiracies Are Us? Were they on our live stream the other day?
No, he's in Ontario though. He's good stuff. We'll talk to him soon. But see how there's always the one that's separated from the others. So it's like through the ground is where the storage tanks were.
The battery, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, all the tunnels under it. So there you go. Look at that.
That's what I'm doing. I'm getting Aaron on the live stream.
Look at these antennas, man. They're good ones. It's just total fairy tale castle, this one. Now these are probably the builders. The old generation, right? And some plans. So this thing goes way under the ground. Of course, into the river. But even over here, you can see it's under. But yeah, look, this is all in the water, but it's still, yeah, there's under this tower, there's a lot as well. What is that? Is that like a water slide? Whee! And this is, of course, an architectural design. This is all you need, guys, to build that castle. Just give this to a couple of builders, and they will build it for you.
For $10 billion.
For 10 billion, yeah. In 3 weeks. In 3 weeks.
In the metaverse.
Yeah, exactly.
And Snoop will play at the opening.
Oh, Snoop Dogg. And of course, there you go. So look how old these buildings are. They're always like this in the first pictures, right? Before they clean them up. I mean, look at this wall at the front here. Gosh. And again, statues. And oversized Antiquitech. And they polished it up, and it looks like this now. Look at that. Wow, look at that. That's cool. Got the bell in there. Okay, so that's a good setup. Have a look at this one, Burn. So we've got our antenna, our aerial antenna, a resonator dome, right?
That
this
one's going to outer space. That one's going to the moon, or Venus, or
it's got
Mars.
the bell in it
Like,
too.
come on.
Got the bell, got the resonators, got 2 belfries or spark gaps maybe. Is that what they are? So it comes down, resonates to the right frequency, gets shot down here, amplifies the voltage, and then up again, and then yeah, it shoots down. And is the bell there maybe is because if they don't get, is that another way to start it if they don't get lightning?
The bell is like NASA's warp engine. Literally, NASA, like if you look at what NASA's warp engine is, it is a metal 3D printed bell on its side. And like
yeah, right.
gives out more energy than is coming into it. And it's like, oh, okay, sideways bell. Never a straight answer.
Yeah, right. So basically, yeah, so it's an amplifier, basically, isn't it?
It is, exactly.
Yeah.
It's application through geometry.
Yeah. Nice. Look at these. I mean, so imagine the amount of, in a storm, imagine the amount of current and voltage this thing could suck down.
So once again, when I was talking about boiling water with sound, that's geometry of the universe. You're amplifying energy through geometry of sound. And sound.
Yeah. Definitely. Look at this fireplace. What are these? These look like what do they call? Are they insulators? Those things have on power poles. But also, look, there's a big metal grate in the back of this fire. Who puts big cast iron grates in the back of a fireplace?
I've got the THC short-term memory loss, so
Yeah.
technical difficulties. But
and look at these. This looks like a machine. Like, look at these. Like, I mean, normally there's statues in these type of things, but they look like some kind of, I don't know. You know, if you can imagine if there was glass in there, like a vacuum tube, and these all look like, are they resistors? Is that what they're called?
Free energy, so wireless energy and a vacuum tube, like Walter Russell proved cold fusion transmutations of metals through gases. Ionized gas is plasma. That is cold fusion. So it's like any vacuum tube is cold fusion with whatever's inside, and that's how it lights up.
Nice. So yeah, just like Van de Graaff generators almost.
Exactly. It's part of the system. Yeah. They're advanced circuitry and power systems. And it was all DC. It was DC plasma powered. Natural cold fusion powered, not this AC style.
Yeah. My God, my cat's going off again. She must know I'm live. Oh my gosh, look at that roof.
We now have the Tyson camera back, and we will soon have the Aaron. But here is Tyson the turtle getting back up on his brick in the corner there.
That just looks like some kind of machine, like that hallway, doesn't it?
Sorry.
Can you see that roof? I mean, it's all wood, but it looks like it looks like a resonator or something. What do you reckon? I don't know. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, there you go, underground.
Right? Those are, and like entered in the old architecture. Energy was moved not through wires, but through sound, shape, and airwaves, and like so much more. And it's so much more advanced than anything we're capable of making today. It's a joke. It's a long story.
Hang on, my cat's going off. It's enough. All right, come here. What do you want?
Oh,
kitty.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. But like, look at that though. Like, how many earthquakes, how many bombs has that ancient freaking thing survived? And like, how far did that? Like, how old is that? And like, it's so perfect.
And how come they all have the same arched roof and everything? And also, how deep is it, right?
Exactly.
How full of dirt is it? Like, where's the actual floor on it?
Build them like they used to. Oh, that's a good question. How full of dirt is that?
Yeah, because I've noticed on most of them they have dirt floors, so they're probably just full of dirt. Like, we don't know how deep they really were. And a lot of these, of course, are now underground canals. A lot of them have water in them and stuff if they're under cities. Of course, you need a maze, because they are amazing. Look what's in the middle. Is that a Faraday cage in the middle of a maze? Oh, she's a handsome man, a handsome woman, should I say? God, look at that hair, man. Woohoo. Oh, that's a very skinny tie. All right, we've got some plans. The augmentations of the bastaments, blah, blah, blah. They're always the same, right? Every time you see these plans, always drawn the same. They've never ever got any dimensions, and they're never any use as a plan. They're just a floor plan that's been drawn of what's there. And I mean, look at all this stuff in it. It's just so geometric. You know, if we were drawing a building today, it would literally just be this, right? The rectangle. So that's a machine. Oh, looks like that's the end. Oh, something happened. Oh,
hello, it's cold outside.
Oh my God, how'd you get out there? Oh my God.
It's the power of StreamYard. It's a beautiful thing, and Aaron will be joining us shortly.
Snow. Hang on, let me see if I can get it.
Minus 35.
Oh, how do I change it to your screen? This one? There.
So
there we go.
the outside workshop is tarped up for winter. But it is still, it's so cold, the water's out, yet the glass shatters.
Oh wow, really? The glass is shattering.
Here's all the skeletons, the bodies in my closet. They're all frozen. You animal!
Oh my God. That's his stash. So you can't do experiments through winter.
That was burning when he was 20.
You what? Oh.
That was me when I was 20 years old. And one of my first t-shirt designs. Anyways, sorry.
So can you not do experiments during winter?
Not really, because like Mike actually brought the fact up, and then I think at the start of this stream I was playing Bob Greenyer, and I've confirmed with Jeremy Rice, AlienScientist, there that we're gonna end with Bob Greenyer himself. He runs the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, but that it is real, actual radiation that comes out when you're dealing with anything but minimal voltage. Putting into the electrolysis, and it is real cold fusion. This is fact. It was covered up due to national security, but now that there is the UAP disclosure, it is a race to understand it, and cold fusion is the key. So now everybody is waking up to the new reality, and it was a Stanford article that me and Mike were talking about in the earlier stream tonight. Talking about how you can use solar electricity to harvest HHO gas through electrolysis. And I brought up, it was discussed on my Facebook group last night too, but it's like, that's like using the telegraph, and the researchers like myself, but so many others, and especially Bob Greenyer, who it will be an honor to have on our stream. And we're scheduling, I should say, right away. I'll create the event here. Also on Cambell's channel on YouTube here in the next few days, but it'll probably be sometime next year in the next month or two, because he's a professor. He's the real Professor Cambell. He's the real deal professor. Wow. And he's been facing scrutiny his whole life, and now he's the hottest thing on this side of the coin, because, well, he actually knows what the F is up. And yeah, he like explains John Hutchinson's work extremely well too, and that is another guest that will be coming on that I've been talking to and approached as well. And he is Klingon Baroness Carla something Princess Hutchinson is the name of his YouTube channel now. But he just he likes to cross dress apparently. He exposed himself to lots of radiation, and he's still kicking, and he is one next hyperdimensional physicist and discoverer, so it will be an honor to have him on. And you know, if he's more comfortable with Crypto Burndo, the transgender robot, being on too, you know, like that's okay, because it's 2022 and discrimination F you, because everybody is their own person or persons, and whatever, you know, whoever's in you, let them out, and just enjoy building your UFO, because that's what's coming, and I know I'm doing that.
The personal Merkaba.
Exactly.
Unless it's asking you to collect bodies and take them back to your freezing cold laboratory. Don't let that
Right.
voice out. Where's Aaron said?
Aaron said he was just hitting up a quick bathroom break, and then he will be on.
Oh, okay, you've sent it. Yep, cool. Did has anyone seen UAP put out a video? I think it was yesterday. Don't know, what was it called? Russia balloon energy or something. And he had this photo, and it.
Yeah, oh man, that's some crazy atmospheric electricity, isn't it?
Did you see that? Yeah, with the big balloon. And look like there's a big
I haven't
balloon.
seen that one yet, but I have seen the Russian ones from the past. I think it was Global Vision about like 8 years ago put out a bunch of those because he's like a straight Russian Tartarian channel. We people a lot of his work before, but yeah, he showed that and highlighted it. And then there's also like a Paris version of it too, from the early 1900s.
Yeah. I've got that. But it looked like there was a hot air balloon in the sky that was like completely lit up.
Awesome. We need. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I need to see that. That's tricky.
It's just called Russian something because he was talking about like the differential, right? Like it looked like it might have been tethered to a building, to a tower, creating a differential free energy.
That's how they harvested. So I believe they had like a metal cable going up to the balloon, and it would go through the chimney and connect to through the fireplace to those two mercury orbs with a giant resistor between the two, and that would literally heat up your home without having a fire through electricity from the atmosphere. That makes perfect sense, and I guarantee you that's what it used to be. And I think there are paintings that show a bunch of little balloons coming out of chimneys. I swear to God, there is that.
I was going to say, is that another reason for the vanilla skies? Is that what they're hiding?
Probably. Why are these little balloons going out the chimney? Oh, because they were heating your homes for free from the atmosphere, using electricity for free from the atmosphere, like naturally. No CO2, no freaking charge, just a little hot air balloon.
If you did that like a big balloon off a big tower, could you turn that balloon into
the higher you go, the higher the differential, the more charge.
Could you turn it into a light source?
Oh yeah, man! Like that's what those vacuum tubes are all about. That's the thing. You don't need the hot electricity in those incandescent, wasteful bulbs. That's what I'm talking about. It's like it's literally like a radio frequency. You have to just broadcast a radio frequency to produce all of that light in a vacuum tube. So it's very small, and it's actually over unity to a huge level. Oh,
so that's what the old street lamps must have been as well. They must have all been vacuum tubes because they just don't make sense. Those bloody street lights are all too big. All right, how is Tyson the Turtle going?
Tyson's still now. He's up on the bricks.
Tyson? Oh, he's not there.
No, he is. He's there. He's up on the bricks.
Oh, there. Okay, he's up. He's sunning himself.
He is. He's getting them UV rays. And he's a star. He's a rock star of the show tonight. That's why he's raving, right?
Yeah. He's sitting in the limelight.
Tyson in the limelight, getting entered into the metaverse.
Right.
Oh, there we go. I think Aaron is coming in. Is that Aaron?
Yeah. AC in the AM.
We have an AC in the Aaron. Hello. Oh.
Hello. I got a weird voice on. How is it?
Whoa.
What's going on?
All right, is that better?
Much better.
My God.
Less creepy. We're good now.
I could be an elf. I don't know.
We're all little elves. The elf is the elf.
Luke, I am your father.
I am your father.
The elf.
Oh goodness.
China. Still working on my drum accent. China.
Oh, I think of Randy from South Park when you say it, but I guess he was just in.
Sound like who from South Park? Randy.
Randy, the dad, when he's over with. He's with Mickey Mouse in China.
I was trying to think of that female that he does. Starts with an R.
Nice. See, we are still streaming to Facebook. Welcome, Facebook brothers.
Oh, Facebook.
Yes, I have 4,800 friends on Facebook. I always get maxed out at 500 or 5,000, and then I like say something that I do a social experiment, and then like this year it's out of control to 42,000 people signing a petition trying to get me banned from Shambhala. But anyways, all that came of that is the owner of Shambhala added me on LinkedIn, so that was cool. Thank you, Snowflakes. He didn't know who I was before that, and I also got a social media management position that I'm starting in the new year. Thanks to that as well, because all media is good media in the new metaverse age. So, Snowflakes, you can hate me all you want, but I eat you because I am what in Alberta is known as the Chinook. The Indians call it the Snow Eater, and
The snow. Oh, he's eating the snowflakes.
I am the Chinook Flake. I am a
Very
Chinook
nice.
Flake.
Up there cleaning the
Flake.
streets of snowflakes for us all. Nice work.
The Chinook Flake.
I have to go let my cat out, so I'm going to let you and Aaron chat for a minute.
All right.
All right.
I'll be back.
Well, you were talking earlier and made me think of this Kachina doll. I got it from Arizona. My uncle was hold on, it's echoing in my ears. I need to take one of these out so I can talk. There we go.
Oh, good.
But my uncle was on a reservation down there, got a bunch of those and Apache tears, and I wish I would have brought some up here. They look like black rocks, and you hold them up to the light, and they're more like melt glass. You can see through them. They're pretty neat.
That's dope. I have many Apache tears. They're very powerful in both the indigenous communities' histories as well as actual scientific energetic properties as a crystal. And you are a Reiki healer, and that is part of the Reiki healing, isn't it? Is the
yeah, my certification's up there somewhere on the wall, but yeah, I feel like Dragon Ball Z actually helped me get in the mindset of how to move energy as far as visualizations go. But
yes,
yeah,
so you bring that up, and I want to say for me it was Airbender, like the last Airbender, and then the Nickelodeon Airbender series, which was an anime, and it's like the Eastern cultures, they understand the prana, the mana, the energy, the plasma, essentially, that it is, but it's the universal conscious energy and how to harvest it. So please do continue with that.
all right, I guess starting with harvesting, best place to go would be my signal generator here. Rather than just harvesting, like I read that this guy named Mission in Russia, he was making coils similar to the rodent coil. Like I got this guy right here that is hooked up to the signal generator right now, and I don't know why, but it seems to interact best with the solar plexus area, you know, the sympathetic nerve, and its connection between the soul and body, because the static radiant energy that comes off of like say, I think this might have been why my internet is going out. Turn it up to 20. Right now I'm at 320 kilohertz and 20 volts. And it's just barely lighting up this LED. You can't even really see it with that big guy. I should have brought the one with the bright blue one. But I don't know. I'm getting wireless energy that way. I keep forgetting that the mic is not my headset.
Experiencing learning technical difficulties.
Yeah, I wish I could figure out how to get this on the Facebook Portal Plus.
This is for you, brother. This is for you, Sister Carla Baroness Klingon Hutchinson.
Klingon?
But, whoa! We were talking about trolls and Hutchinson. on the turtle cam.
I might still have some treasure trolls somewhere. I'm not sure why this ain't going through though. Well, my mission coils aren't actually coming through tonight, but this one puts off rather, I don't know, a wide, sort of not as dense field that is good for like skin conditions, things like that. And this right here, this is my favorite little guy, the Taurus. It penetrates deeper. It seems to actually be really good at clearing out kidneys. And you can actually adjust the dial on this or hook it up to a signal generator, and you can actually go to square wave. And square wave was known for helping get rid of cancer and stuff like that.
So like Royal Rife style.
Say what?
Like Royal Rife style technology.
Pretty much, yeah. He's just like he figured out a lot of it's like a combination between what Rodin and Rife and like little bits Tesla thoughts in there. I don't know. It's just the guy everyone seemed to go with in Russia. Like his
Okay, gotcha. I think I've seen a little bit, and it was one that I had to go back and look more into when I had time. And YouTube, give me back my main channel where I have everything saved, you freaking arseholes. I don't put out pornography, you slandering fools. Anywho.
Like they actually use his PEMF devices at the Olympics whenever they participate, believe it or not.
I would believe that.
Yeah, I guess they've done it since like the 50s, 60s, 70s. Some I don't know. Whenever USSR was getting ready to fall, I'm bad with numbers.
80s, 90s, a little bit after the 90s.
Is there any way I can share screen and let people see some of the crazy buildings in this
Yeah,
backwoods town?
At the bottom, there's a tab that says Share Screen. You hit that, you select the window that you want, and then you'll bring it up, and I can add it in. And or Cambell when Cambell does return, but I think he's probably feeding or petting or taking care of Kitty right now. Kitty, 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 kitty.
All right, how do I switch the screens now?
You got to do the share screen thingy.
All right.
Middle bottom of all of the options.
Oh, there you go.
Screen. There you go.
All right, yeah, I probably gotta. There we go. How's that?
Yes, sir. There we go. Boom.
All right.
Just like that.
Capital.
Sorry, boom. We're good. No
cool deal.
Pornography, or I will find you in the real world from the metaverse and slap you somewhat sideways. Anybody.
For once.
Pornography
For
online.
once, I actually prepared.
I love it. Prepared. He's good, Cambell. We're good.
All right, I'm going to start off with the Capitol building here in West Virginia. At one point in time, it was known as the largest gold dome in the world. I don't know if it still holds that title.
Wow. And look at how it goes all the way to the river with the stone capacitance and resonance and whatnot there. That's, ooh-wee.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm not going to deal with all that. However, let's see. There's all sorts of buildings in the complex. Oh, that's the game Fallout 76. There's a good sprawled out view. Maybe. Yeah. I don't feel like finding how to enlarge it at the moment. Let's skip along to the next page. I have of these things up here. But no, this Georgia. Whoa, how'd I get on Pinterest? There we go. Probably still there. And yep, that's not all West Virginia. All right, we're going local. This place called Fort Borman. I haven't been able to find any pictures of how it used to be. It was like illegal to walk on the grounds before they redid it into a park. And this is the best picture I could get. And now,
have you been there on Google Earth?
I've been there in person. This is just a 2-minute drive from here. But like I was too young whenever they switched it to a park, and for some reason all the adults remember partying there but can't tell me a single thing about it like when they were younger. Like by adults I mean like people over 50, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is what they turned it into. There's a big hill that kind of looks like it might be maybe some sort of earthworks, and you can find all sorts of arrowheads around here. But wait, right there. I do not know how to make that larger.
Control plus. We'll go in.
But that right there, I was told that there's a military base. If you go down the back of this hill, circle this weird, like, it's like an overhang that you got to kind of walk with your back to the wall. And then there's some woods, and people say that there's a military base that goes 2 or 3 levels down, but they can't get past the first one where they used to drink when they were younger. I don't know.
Like how they used to go in underground. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that's a giant hill. Let's see. Let me get a better view of that hill. Here's the park from above. And that's all hillside there. And that's the river there. And Blennerhassett Island. My pretty sure it's my family's legacy, but I don't know if that's all myth in my family or not. Like Aaron Burr used to be famous for treason and shooting Alexander Hamilton in a famous duel. I'm sure he had other important parts, but he owned half of Blennerhassett Island, and like it's named after Harmon Blennerhassett, but it's just strange. The whole story just has him being the only one guilty of anything when the other guy owned half of the army that occupied it. And I don't think there's enough people to really stress the United States Army out. Let's see.
So whereabouts in America is this? In the US?
The Ohio River. Are you familiar with Snake Mound or Serpent Mound?
I am. I don't know exactly where it is, but I'm familiar with it.
Let me start with.
Are we talking like northeast sort of area?
The western half of Virginia, like
that tends to be, that whole area tends to have a lot more architecture than the rest of the country for some reason, and in better condition.
It's actually a bunch of abandoned coal cities, and well, along the river, it's kind of sharing in what Ohio's got, and like there's a lot of mounds, there's a lot of, I'd say mud flooded, possibly like Victorian style, 150 plus year old places, and they have a
because that's up near
go ahead.
Like the Norumbega kind of region and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, this is a little ways away from me. I wish it wasn't, but it's a couple hours away. Let's see, what was I doing here?
Oh, Aaron, man, what I...
Oh.
Is that me?
I don't know. It's gone now.
See what? We all good?
Bernie can hear you. Bernie's talking away. Bernie, you're on mute. Where are you? Yeah, you've muted yourself. How do I turn that off? Unmute.
How about now? How about now?
Yep,
Good?
can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, you're on a different camera now. Okay, gotcha.
All right, now I'm back. All right. So,
All right.
and why Cambell is in that Walmart-looking wife beater is because it is 38
Hey, man.
plus.
It's got a picture on it.
Oh, never mind. It's actually badass. I'm sorry. I take that right back.
I would never wear a plain white T-shirt. Singlet. That's just horrendous.
That's why I was trying to make fun of it.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so you're from Canada, man. You know about those trailer park boys.
We are minus 38 where I am. I forget what the hell I was going to say now. Oh, yes.
I've literally had the air conditioning on for 3 days.
Around you, I need you to take pictures of and document the different layers of them because they're said to be a foot of this type of sand, a foot of charcoal, a foot of this, and then alternating down and stuff in lots of the mound pyramids in that region. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that for me, would be greatly appreciated because I'm going to do the same to these pyramid-shaped badlands of the world-famous Drumheller that is riddled with dinosaur bones and riddled with pyramid-shaped hills with flat tops that are exactly as I just described of what I'm asking you to take pictures of. And I would like to prove that they are really a lost city of ancient pyramids. And geologically speaking, there shouldn't be feet of these charcoal layers. That's proof of construction, not proof of the actual only charcoal layer, which should be 1 to 6 inches and several meters down across. That is the KT or KY boundary from the main impact of the Jurassic age that wiped out the dinosaurs, according to mainstream academia, but definitely not alternating 1 foot layers in symmetry of other layers that also align to the cardinal points and are in pyramid shaped, but where you live, they're called mounds, where they're pyramids, and where I live, I would like to prove the same. Oh, Drumheller is no scam. I'm there all the time. I live close by, and I'm the godparent to some beautiful twins that live there. They're 7 years old. One night when I was staying over there, I went outside for a smoke at 3:30 in the morning, and literally either pterodactyl or a thunderbird flew over me. My entire body froze. I got the chills. It blocked out the light of the moon. I had my laser pointer on me. I got the laser on it. It was going so fucking fast. It was so high up. It was freaking huge. And that, believe me or not, I experienced it. And I actually, got a laser, I'll show you the laser pointer. It's a strong laser.
You're actually not the first person I've heard say that.
And it was huge. And it was cruising, and it was blocked out the moon from the sun, how high it was. So yeah, this laser, I got it on, and it was 600, 800, maybe higher feet up, and it was huge, and I felt like prey.
How far north?
No, so it's northeast of Calgary by an hour's drive. It's
So it's pretty north.
Yeah, but it's
I saw today. What's that guy's name? That mainstream anthropologist guy who's written lots of books. Oh, I can't remember his name.
Brian Forrester.
No, he's
Brian Forrester is awesome.
Come to me in a minute. But he was talking about dwarves and pygmies and stuff. And how there's a big
on
documentary.
Didactic Channel, right?
You what?
You did a show recently on dwarves, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But he was talking about dwarf war. There's all these
the islands
like
with
reports
the,
about
the
dwarfs
hobbits
having
people and,
wars
like,
with
Robert
giant
Sepper?
storks. Robert,
Oh,
is it,
Sepper?
Zephyr?
Oh, is it Robert
Is
Sepper?
that his name? Yeah, Robert Zephyr.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sepper.
He's decent. I don't mind his work.
Zephyr. That's it. Yes.
Yeah,
that dude.
so the Doloms, that's huge across Russia, Siberia, and the Slavic lands of like Sweden, Finland, and whatnot, Holland. But the Doloms, and that Rex was showing that there's Doloms even across America and like Montana and stuff. That's right close to where I am.
Golems.
No matter where you go.
Dolmens.
And like so Doloms
Oh,
are like
dolmens.
these megalithic structures that you know what a Dolom.
Yeah,
Dolmen,
Dolman.
right?
Yeah.
Dolmen, yes, Dolmen.
It's
Sorry.
just your
And,
weird Canadian accent, man.
Yeah. You got it. But it's a boot, eh? So
What's it about? What's it all about?
It's about how the doors in the Doloms are the size of a freaking gnome, and it had to be made by a giant.
Oh, yeah, right. Cool.
Stories everywhere in the world says it was made by giants for gnomes.
Nice. Yeah, New Earth shows a lot of the stuff in Russia too, of all that kind of stuff. And they just unearthed a village in, I think it was Croatia this year. But yeah, he was talking about these giant storks, and the gnomes were being hunted by giant storks. So maybe it was a giant stork that you saw.
Seen a lot of rocks that grow too.
I swear to God, this thing was so Tyrell Museum. I've been going to my whole life since a little kid, and like I've seen the real like dinosaur bones come out of the ground, get cleaned up, and built into these things. Like whether it's a dragon, whether it's a dinosaur, whatever the heck it is, I literally have my own fossils that I've dug up from.
So are there lots of mountains around there?
Around here? Or where he's talking about?
Where Bernie's talking about, where where have you gone, Bernie? Or should we go back to, now he's gone, now you can talk, Aaron.
I'm busy. I'm easily paused and reset, but I don't know. This is the courthouse. Say what?
I say we're all reset.
Right. The bones are there.
He's still trying to talk. He's not even in the screen, and he's still talking.
I don't even know who's in what screen where. There we go.
There you go.
All right. So the courthouse, it looks definitely mud flooded or built up. I mean, the stairs are at an incline like this, and then it go up probably 2 or 3 floors. There's several floors that are really thick glass, and it's got spiral staircases throughout the entire inside, and lots of half buried windows.
It looks like it goes up at the back as well.
Oh, it's that way on all 4 sides. Well, like except for the tower itself, which still has a bell that rings.
Oh, nice.
Definitely, all the ceilings are probably the size of a giant. The old courthouse has giant size, like double courtroom doors, and it's crazy. Let's see, a random like mansion that we have downtown. There's a bunch of them, and some of them look really old. I don't know if that's a picture or negative.
Clocks?
Yeah, that one has a smaller version of it, still in the same place.
Small, yeah. Well, that one's pretty big.
I believe I'm running out of pictures. I deviated from where I started when I was going over this earlier.
Oh, going sideways. That's all right. We tend to go sideways quite often. We need a building whisperer.
The building whisperer. So I guess my mom's great-great-grandfather was Aaron Burr, and him and Blennerhassett tried to split. That is not the right island. I think that's one in Pennsylvania or something. What the heck is going on here?
All have their islands, don't they?
Yeah, especially weird little ones. This one was sacred though. That's why I don't believe the narrative. Let's see here. All right, so this is roughly where I live, and this is the confluence of the Ohio River and the Little Kanawha River, where one feeds into the other. And I imagine a star fort being in this general area, and that's probably where Fort Borman got its name. But I mean, it's been so important for different things, especially the Civil War, where we had these troop of people that were trained to basically like fight against both sides, north and south, to keep the wounded and dying that were on the hillside roughly right there, basically alive. It was a giant tent hospital, and we were trained by Native Americans called the Moccasin Warriors, I guess. Lots of weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it looks like an old world city with that island in the stream.
Well, the Native Americans considered it sacred for some reason, and I think that's related directly to why, like, say, my ancestor just got straight up treason, and he got away with shooting the vice president, and they didn't care, and so he raised a small militia on this small island, and then him and the guy that, I guess, half owns it, half figured up the plan, must have rolled on my ancestor or whatever, because the island's named after him and it's a state park now. But I'm still trying to figure that one out.
He shot the president, the vice president. See, this is the thing: is what year, what time frame was this?
Alexander Hamilton was the vice president, so
50s.
The 18 either early or like pre-Civil War, 1800s, maybe post-Civil War. I don't know.
What was the Civil War, right? Like,
oh, I know, like Tecumseh's
what it's
bow
looking
ties.
like is it's looking like that, whatever, the civilization that was there when the English arrived. I think they were still there and functioning for a couple of hundred years, and then I think it was all 1800s when it all got the Civil War was just and all these other wars, right? They were just takeover wars, and they were just wiping out the old civilization then, I think, and taking over their cities.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Because
like
Washington
so
looks like it's
stuff here.
Norumbega. Like, have you looked into Norumbega?
I just saw a little bit about New Jersey and New York, both those being like candidates for that place, but I don't recall a whole large amount.
Got a map, and basically it says Norumbega is pretty much where Washington is. But I mean, there's so much. There's not a lot of information on it. Yeah, Washington D.C. Yeah, sorry, not the state, the city. Yeah.
According to that Jared Boosters guy, like he said it was almost in his area in Pennsylvania, which is only like 2 hours
it's all
away
the
from
same
the borders for me.
Yeah, that whole area. I think there must have been a lot of big cities around there.
These are the mountains that are like 10 minutes up the river in Ohio. I'm trying to find a good picture. There's the cemetery. This is like pretty much downtown Marietta, Ohio. You can walk right up to this. This is probably the only one I might get to do a little unofficial archaeology.
Excavating. Archaeology. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's some in Perth, but they're always like the War Memorial. I can't get out there with this shovel. I might get arrested. But that one, looks like you can kind of get in behind it somewhere and have a bit of a dig. And anyone in the chat, if there's any of these funny mounds around you, that are off the beaten track, get in and have a dig around. What'd be good would be are they called seismic? Like because you can take photos, can't you? Like you could get on that and literally take a sound photo of what's under the hill.
Like I have a FLIR thermal
seismic
camera.
Thermal, would that, are they called seismic?
Oh, yeah, they're called
seismograph.
No. I was thinking radar, like sonar.
So sonar, yeah, that's probably more like it. Yep, sonar, that'd be more like it. So yeah, sending bouncing sound waves down there.
I mean, if you're trying to get like dirt layers without being illegal, the thermal might help if it's different materials holding different amounts of heat.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know. This is a place I have yet to go to. A friend of mine went through and took a bunch of pictures. And I guess it's called Volcano. It's out up the interstate. There's an old German church. It's like from the late early 1800s. And you go through the woods and follow this lake through a state park, and bam, you end up at all this crazy abandoned place called Volcano.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And there's places off the beaten path that aren't well documented that my friends have been to, but I'm waiting for them to get the time to take me there.
Nice. There's so much of this stuff. It's just everywhere. Walls
especially
and stuff.
in West Virginia. People just kind of aren't really that curious. I don't know. A lot of rednecks like to work and don't question things. I've noticed anyway.
No. Having too much fun, right? It's almost heaven, West Virginia.
Yeah, and sometimes.
Come on, that's what John Denver said, man.
We have had more Mothman sightings than any other place in the state. Like,
is that Mothman? Is that region as well? Is it?
It's down south, technically. Like, what was it? Like Ravenswood or Silverton? I don't know. Anyway, it's south.
Yeah.
Like, sorry.
I mean, that could be the same as what burnt. You know, is it all one phenomena? The Mothman, and because that thing's supposed to fly around. They had red eyes, didn't it? Flew around.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of different things, like hands turning red and things like that. I have something that fits a lot of those descriptions on my channel. You can just barely tell. It's like a creature inside of a little kid's playhouse in the background of a CCTV camera scene. And there's no external light sources, and you just see it glowing coming from within this, like, whatever this creature is. And it stands up slowly, and it's very difficult to make out unless you're watching it on 4K.
And so
I don't know, but it's clearly there.
The infrared spectrum picks up demons, right? And how you just said it came out like reddish. That would make sense, you know, like you saw one manifesting there.
Yeah, it very well could be. It's my buddy's girlfriend's footage. So
when I try to access lovely YouTube from my cell phone, it still gives me the sorry, this account is rejected. And because I was on my Twitter, and Annex T, if you've never heard of Annex T, he does Adept Initiates. And he has done so much esoteric work, and he's always in the Great Pyramids and exposes a lot of esoteric and occult knowledge. He sent me an invite to join his live chats, and I've invited him on our podcast too. He started following me on Twitter a few weeks ago, but I've been talking to him for years. With my official account before, savages, come on, at least take it down where my name connected to my university Google account, multiple violations of pornography. Like, that is like so like,
I know, if it didn't have that, it'd be better. Like, I mean, but just take a photo and like frame it, and then And everyone else has their Google plaques. That can be yours. I think it's better. Like Google, like having your channel like deleted is a much better Google plaque than actually like them saying, "Yay, we love you."
I don't need the 500,000 subscriber plaque. All right, I just have the
Just ask my channel.
I'll take the deleted picture instead.
I wonder what I've got to. Hey, I wonder if Instant Karma's still up there somewhere. Oh, the channels we've lost. That's all. A few minutes silence
Right
for the
now,
channels
the
we've lost.
Karma Project. Hey, how about some good karma? Nope, that's not allowed.
Yeah. I don't even know what that got cut for. That got done in one day.
What's so offensive about karma? Like, no, we
Yeah,
can't
I know,
have
right?
karma out there. Some instant karma? No, that is not allowed.
No, it's because, if it would, if we had skinny jeans on and blue hair and we were telling people to be offended, then we'd still be up.
Do you guys feel like this organ would be worth checking out? I've been wondering this for a while.
And how
All
about
of them
the
are.
above it?
It's a proper pipe one.
The hydrogen atom?
Who was that sitting in front of that organ?
What's inside of? Pardon?
Who was that sitting in front of it? That's a
But look
nice
at the
big
arches.
building.
It's got the Walter Russell arches at the doorway.
Is there someone
yeah,
like sitting in like a little
that's like I believe that's where they do the whole holy water thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lutherans like half Christian, half like Catholic. I don't know.
I'd say that's not the whole organ. It's definitely worth having a look at, but it looks like they've taken a lot of it away.
Oh yeah, and the pipes. Let's find a better picture of the inside there.
And most of them, a lot of these like cathedrals, like the pipes are in like the basements of the cathedrals. They just take them apart and just,
Yeah, there's a lot of under that level too. I haven't actually been under the back of the pipe organ area, but my aunt, as long as she's still alive, she would be able to give me a tour.
Oh, nice.
And,
Yeah,
like,
getting there
get
with
me
a
full
camera.
access. So.
Because a lot of them, they go down a floor because they're big. They're so big. Like they've got all these bits that, all the connections that underground or in the lower floors.
But yeah, like it's
You just don't
how I
hear 'em.
learned about the power of suggestion. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the problem is I don't think we even have people who can play them anymore. If they were even played, who knows, mate? They probably would have been run on some kind of automatic thing, you would have thought.
Oh, someone plays those. I know that much.
Yeah,
I don't
they
know
have
if they
their
play every single
players
pipe.
now,
But
it's they're not playing like the proper, somatic sounds and frequencies, are they? They're just sort of playing hymns. How come we have hymns and not hers? I wonder.
I wonder if this even has a resonant frequency with the.
Does it have a bell? Is that the one with the bell?
It's got a bell, but
If you can find out the frequency of the bell, that should be the frequency of everything: the building, the organ.
see, the bell is way in the back. I was figuring that maybe there'd be just one cymatic symbol there, but no, the bell's way up there, right over the organ, actually.
Maybe that window there's the cymatic window in that tower.
That's good thinking.
They might have replaced it.
It's vented.
But they it's hard to tell. You just never know how much they've refacading they've done.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get a good.
Give
That's
check
not the only
windows.
church that I can go through too. There's a bunch of old Catholic ones downtown where it used to look like London, England, or something back when it was in the 20s.
Oh, nice.
And now
That
it's all
thing
just
there,
like run down and
that's
burnt
huge.
down.
That's a big building.
It seems a lot smaller when you're there in person.
Really? It looks huge, just the look of it. Maybe it's very tall or something for its width. Oh. My first teachers were nuns. Actually, my first school still had a convent, like it was a convent basically, with a school on the grounds, and we got taught by all the nuns.
I almost had to go to one called DeSale Heights. It got shut down for all this weird abuse and stuff.
Oh, no.
It's supposed to be haunted now.
And luckily mine were nice nuns. Well, you know, there were no priests there, and nuns are normally, well, the ones
Here's
I were
the downtown haunted hotel. That's one of the oldest buildings in the city, which has 2 stories of being constructed.
It's got what?
It has 2 different stories of being constructed. Like one has being a couple of different old businesses, and then another one has the guy that supposedly haunts it, having it constructed and then moved there.
Yeah, right. There you go. So they don't even know who built it. They never even do. Like, there's so many stories, and they don't even, they just tell you, you know, it might have been built then, it might have been built then, we're not sure.
So many facades.
It's just dumb.
Trying to find one that really amazed me, having known all these places. A lot of it was burned down by the 30s, 40s, though.
Oh, walking Axel, where's your pups? Who gives me pups if you lost your pups?
It looks to me like it used to be something else there.
God,
Hey, kitty. Campbell's kitty.
My cat's
But
going
every
off.
single one. Oh, wow.
I might jump off actually because it's, oh my God, it's 10 to 1. How did that happen? I thought it was like 9 o'clock when I got on.
Walking Axel.
I just don't know what's happening with time these days.
It's at least 7 minutes faster than normal in a day's time.
It's weird. So 3 hours 46 minutes you've been going, Burn. 98 people watching. So yes, thank you all, love you all, but I might go and catch a few hours sleep.
Puppies go several cycles within a human cycle, so we all lose our puppies and you have them buried under the pomegranate tree. But the universe will provide the new puppy in the next chapter soon enough when the time is right. And it sounds like you should start considering the puppies you see, because why not take another one on if you miss your old ones?
I want a puppy.
Let's get Cambell a puppy.
I want a puppy, but I've got to move out. I've got to move. I've got to.
You got to get in the caravan.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've got to get down to some land.
I think we need to get Cambell a beagle. Just a beagle.
What was that?
I think we should get you a little beagle, not a stuffed beagle, just a beagle.
A beagle? I don't know if I'm
Can you
beagle.
ship dogs overseas?
I want to get like
We need to get you a mastiff like T2, so he will protect you against bears and kangaroos.
Yeah, mastiffs are cool. Or a big bully. I want a short hair. Just so, so I don't have to clean up after.
T2 is a short hair. You can't go
Big,
outside.
strong dogly dog.
My dog escaped. He wasn't here.
Dogly dog. But yeah, I need to move, but I've only got one hand, so if any, you know, I need helps. But oh well, I'll get there. I need someone who can drive a manual bus.
I thought you have 2 like 20-year-old sons.
Yeah, well, yeah, one's got a girlfriend and stuff.
Oh, they're at the age where
neither of them can drive a they can't drive a manual either.
Oh, well, hello.
And the land's like 2 hours away, so I just need to get there. I'm just gonna have to do it. I think bite the bullet. I just don't want to be stuck, get stuck there. I'm gonna have to buy a manual car so I can drive one-handed, I think.
Stage one of those flash something or others, and just have a bunch of random people dance all your stuff into place.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Did you eat your baby? Is that from something?
I'll just have a big weekend, and everyone can just move stuff for me.
Exactly.
I'll just sit there and watch them and make a fire or something. Something like that. All right. I think I'm dribbling, so I'm going to go to sleep, and tomorrow it will be another day. Have an awesome time. Have fun on the stream. Thanks for everyone for joining, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Definitely, brother. Thanks for joining me. Aaron, if you want to continue on with what you're presenting there.
Sure. I was thinking there might be something interesting we could pull from the background to talk about, but I did, but it was going somewhere. I just was sitting here so long waiting that I don't remember where it was going.
Do we ever know where it is going? We just know it's going. And
didn't know where we were going, but wherever we went, there we were.
Exactly.
All right.
That is green of the grasshopper. You just roll
Say
with
what?
it.
All right. Let's see. I feel like, I don't know. I like holding this petrified wood from Arizona right here. It reminds me that anything can be turned to rock. And I liked what I was hearing about the gold earlier. Is it really easy to get gold all by itself like that? Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like monoatomic state, or just not ore?
That plasma monoatomic crystalline hyperdimensional transmutation.
Can I shove it in a microwave and make it in that form?
That's what, yes, that's what we should be doing, is showing a little bit of John Hutchinson's work, because that is exactly what he does.
Really? Uh-oh.
Let me see here. There we go. Klingon Baroness Princess Carla Conniption Hutchinson. That is the legendary John Hutchinson's new YouTube channel. It is posted at the very beginning of the comments of the live section of the stream. But don't worry, everybody, because boom. What? Oh, come on.
I think
there
I started sharing it at the same time.
Klingon Baroness Princess Carla Conniption Hutchinson, the legend, the man, the myth, the girl. I don't know. We love him. He's coming up.
This down.
And let's see. He just did this one. My submarine Hutchinson effect got diesel. He literally just got a military submarine that he's working with now. This was streamed from his channel earlier today. Come on. There we go.
What's the name of that channel one more time?
You really gonna make Klingon Baroness Princess Carla Conniption Hutchinson? Why is there no sound? I don't know. All right. Well, there's no sound on that one. Let's see if we can get some. He's got it. He exactly. Oh, I should post that in. Yeah. Can you? Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. All destinations. Bam, bam. There is the channel for all of you lovely souls in the live chats right now that you can do as Aaron just did and subscribe to the lovely Hutchinson, because he only has 504 subscribers. Are you sure There's 504 earlier. Make
All right.
sure subscribe. No silly videos yet. 16 hours ago. Let's see what he says. See, I already gave him a thumbs up because I love John. Why is there no sound? Can you guys hear the sound?
I cannot.
Cannot hear sound. I don't know why there's no sound. Let's try something different.
Nope, something much the same. No, I'm kidding.
Come on, new browser.
Well,
Let's see.
that may have been because mine was still trying to share. Have you ever seen a pog maker?
Is it sound? I think there was.
What a trip. What a illness. COVID-19 experience.
I can hear him, but he sounds almost hungover.
He's not hungover. He's just fucking old.
How much do you frequency that?
You're hungover.
Slowly vaporizes them, I guess it's
Look, you're drinking water. Don't judge a man.
radiation.
Radiation. I heard that. He's smoking. I like it. It's triggering me to go for a smoke while this video continues to play.
I know it's weed and that's kind of stuff. Oh. But I stored a submarine periscope, solid brass, 100 pounds, but it's for less than scrap price. That you ship, pick it up and deliver it here. I treat myself for Christmas present. And eventually I'll get that thing from WCQ radio station in Maine. I can't remember the, I don't know. Come on, Maine. It's the very end of Maine in the United States. Then I'll be doing a trip to the scrapyard, getting high voltage components and other goodies.
Buffering. Why is it buffering? All right. Well, let's not do that, and let's go back to the submarine one because I want to hear more. Hey, we got at least 5 people that went in and subscribed to John. That is awesome. Keep it coming. This man is a legend. He's a hero, and we need to encourage getting him on here sooner than later to share his experiences with his life's works. Making me reload. Stupid buffering.
Yeah, I was having lots of issues with it earlier.
All right, let's hear what he has to say with the Diesel Hutchinson.
Videoing.
Well, let me have it so I can share it with you in the video.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so we are in the control room
Yes. And then
of the USS Drum.
And nobody else here.
No.
You got the green lights on there?
Yes. Everything's got to go, Captain. Here we are.
Okay, well, we're trying to get there, but I don't see
Video's only 1 day old, by the way.
Engine's running. I don't think any engines are running.
What the heck? What?
I think we better check out the engine
I
room,
just
John.
bought this thing.
You just bought this thing? I don't think you got it. You forgot to gas it up, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Alrighty. So, see what I can do. Nada. Hey, Bernie. Yep, I can't stop restarting things, so watch this. Come on. My computer's being odd now. Oh, Bernie. Bernie. That water's kind of soothing, though. There you are.
Oh, okay. Video ended. Sorry about that, guys. I got lost in Twitterverse. I have to show here. Twitterverse is I'm blowing up on Twitter. I am. This is live to Twitter as well and saved on Twitter. And Twitter. This is Shadow Ban Podcast because it's like Twitter won't let me follow anyone back or follow anyone now all of a sudden. And I'm being added by, see Jack here. Thank you for the follow. You'll be the first that I try to follow back. That is CEO of Femex.com, one of the largest crypto trading platforms on the world. I appreciate the follow. And then, you go, I go, and it's not a matter of like, oops, here, let's see. Because then it's like the cryptoverse really loves me. We got some more, the ape guys, lots following. I can't follow back. Solana people following me, can't follow back. And then like the UFO, the UAP peoples, I love you. I support, like, thank you for the support. I will follow you back when Twitter allows me to, but see, it's like I try to do it and it goes, oh, sorry, limit reached. You can't follow more people, even though you all are following. So thank you. And I do love Twitter. I do love YouTube. I do love Facebook. I don't love the shadow banning.
I'm not sure if I'm following you on Twitter.
No, you weirdo.
That was loud.
I can be like T-Pain now.
There we go. That one's much. Go. Got Aaron in the house. I prefer that over Fester. Fester just creeps me right out. I'm sorry.
This creeps you.
All right. So, anyways, that was John Hutchinson on a submarine most recently. And there's other videos on his channel of him on a destroyer recently as well, filming freely and clearly having some sort of support and work by the military, which is good to see. This is a partner channel of the 48-hour stream. This is actually the main conference that I based the 48-hour stream around, which is American AntiGravity, APEC, Alternative Propulsion Engineering Conference. Usually runs for about 8 hours every second Saturday. Multi-streamed by the partner channel AlienScientist. Huge, awesome community family over there. Falcon Space. Jeremiah joined the technicians, and then of course Tim Ventura, who is APEC, and he also features Hutchinson quite a lot too. And these are the real sciences that are what our multi-dimensional matrix and existence are. Here, let's play this one from a year ago of the Roshan and Godin verification of the Searle generator. So, like, anyone that just tries to debunk any of this stuff these days, it's like, you're an idiot and debunk yourself somewhere else, please. Because there's UAPs out there, and I want to build my own. Come on. Buffering. There we go.
Кроме того, российскими физиками-испытателями Сергеем Годиным и Владимиром Рощиным получены результаты эксперимента, в котором вес их опытного генератора уменьшался, если ротор генератора вращался по часовой стрелке, а если вращался против часовой стрелки, его вес увеличивался. Такой результат экспериментов можно объяснить именно взаимодействием установки со структурой среды, которая при деформации может оказывать влияние на гравитацию и инерцию тел.
Я, кажется, слышал, как улетел один магнит, а потом второй.
Опыты продолжаются. Необходимы более тщательные исследования в этом.
APEC. All right. Anyways, APEC, I stream on my channel, AlienScientist streams. This is an amazing, amazing man, Jeremy Reese. We're doing Bob Greenyer together here very soon. I've done many a joint stream with this man. Somewhere in here, maybe.
I'm gonna have to catch up on his work. I'm not familiar.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm tired. I love everybody.
I'm getting there.
I think it is time to go sleep because it's 10 in the morning and I need a nap. And
Yeah, I'm about
love
to
you
say.
all. We are at 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm gonna call it. Happy holidays, everybody. I'm still going to be trying to do the Metaverse and New Year's party coming up in a few days. Probably catch me on live stream tonight with Project Moongold. And yeah, it is going to be a next level 2022 coming to you. One love, everybody. See